Good morning. I've got to get a photo of this distinguished crowd that we've gathered today. So everybody put on your best conference face. You're away from the office. Hopefully you've got your telephones and your email turned off, but you're welcome to still use those. That's great. Hi there, I'm Jeff Steiner. I'm the director of Oregon State University's Global Hemp Innovation Center. And we just really want to welcome you here. Richard Barge from the New Zealand Hemp Industry Association, Karnika De Silva from the New Zealand Product Accelerator. This is a combined effort that we put together between particularly Pacific Northwest, New Zealand, and the Native American business community here in North America and the Maori business community in New Zealand. And it's really wonderful to be pulling you all here together because we have a bunch of really esteemed people who know their business for materials, carbon, building products, and so forth, and how the question we fundamentally want to ask is, from your perspective, who already do this as your day job, what would it take to start incorporating hemp into your products? That's really the fundamental point of this workshop. And with this workshop, it's going to take active participation by all of you who are here. We have, again, some very esteemed industry folks who will be our key participants, surrounded by others of us that are observers. We'll be interacting with them with our facilitation team. We'll talk more about that later through Warren and FounderWorks. And then as a whole result of this, after 2.5 days of all sorts of chewing, spitting it out, putting it back together, maybe putting a bit of gum on it as well, we're going to come up with a workshop report. It kind of gives us a roadmap of how do we move forward into these industrial materials using hemp. As part of our invitation now, though, we also want to recognize, yes, go ahead, Sam. We're going to recognize our friends Chance White Eyes and Bernice Walker. A year ago, Richard hosted the iHemp Summit in New Zealand. And for me, being a non-New Zealander, I hadn't been there for 30 years, really was taken back by how much New Zealand Maori culture was incorporated into not only the educational institutions, but also into New Zealand businesses and government. And so, Chance, I'll let you take it from here. Yep. How are we doing? All right, it's great to see y'all. My name is Chance White Eyes. I'm the Director of Travel Relations at Oregon State University. I'm also an enrolled member of the United Travel Wisconsin. I'm also a Bravo. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you all for being here. We're in Corvallis, Oregon, here at Oregon State University campus, the ancestral lands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were actually first fully transferred, and now we're kind of thrown into one of two Charan in the Confederated Tribes of Celeste Indians. We do land acknowledgements pretty much, most programs, and it's important to do them, but sometimes I hear a land acknowledgement and I'm like, are we just talking? Like, are these just words, or are we actually doing something to help empower tribal communities? And I would like to think that this workshop is doing exactly that. This kind of economic development can have lasting positive impacts, intergenerational impacts on tribal communities. And so I just want to say thank you all for being here. We are in the Northwest. I don't have ancestral ties to here, but for the past 10 or so years, I've been taking part in tribal canoe journeys in the Northwest. Many tribal folks that were traditional canoe families actually travel to various indigenous communities in the Northwest. And when we land, we have what we call protocol, which is every single canoe family has time to share or sing or give news or let people know that every morning, whatever business they do it in front of everybody. And every single family gets a turn to do so. But the protocol for this is that the people that travel the furthest go first. And we have some folks here who came all the way from New Zealand, Maori community members. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and then conduct whatever business they want as part of the opening ceremony for this. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, kia ora koutou, morena koutou, good morning. It's great to be here. Ko Vanessa Walker tōku ingoa, ko Ngāti Rangiwewehi, Ngāti Tūkorihi, Ngāti Kōwhata, Ngā iwi. Ko Potama Trust Takumahi. So my name is Vanessa Walker. I work for Potama, which is a Māori business development organisation in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and my tribal affiliations are with Ngāti Rangiwewehi in Rotorua in the central North Island, Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Tūkorihi. So yeah, thank you firstly to Jeffrey and the team for inviting us along. It's an honour to be here and to quickly share a little bit about our culture and our protocols when we have hui or gatherings or events. And so what I've got up on the screen is what we call a karakia. So a karakia is a short chant prayer where we welcome in the spirit and the wairoa of the land where we are and acknowledge the atua or the creator and the gods. So the reason why I've got it up there is because we wanted to teach you all. Jeffrey said it would be really cool to do a bit of a learning experience at the same time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read each line. You can see the translations on the left-hand side, so it gives you an idea of what we're doing. But this is just a nice basic karakia to set the tone and open our hui. So I'll pronounce it, and if you want to, you can all repeat after me. So the first line, tū taua mai I runga. Tū taua mai I raro. Tū taua mai I roto. Tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri te mauri ora ki te katoa. Haungia hoi. Tai ki e. Kia ora. So as it says, we're summoned from above, summoned from below, summoned from within, summoned from the outside environment to come and settle the vital and the essence, the well-being of everyone today. We join together and be united. Kia ora. Now I'm going to invite Isaac. So Isaac Beach is one of our Pākehā Māori businesses that we work with for Potama. He's part of our Hemp collective that we have. And he's just going to do a quick mihi, which is a Māori welcome to welcome them. So, kia ora.
So te amora I whirua, a te hātai o whiwiri. A te tūturu kama mahi pole I te sihake. Nā reira, I te whānau, te okuranga sira, tēnā koutou, tēnā rawa ki tātou katoa. Mahuri nei ki te reo Pākehā, ka whakamārama tātou I roto I tūnei. I'd like to sort of get into a common English language to address you further this morning. First of all, just greetings to you. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of our group from Aotearoa. It's an absolute honour and pleasure and privilege to be welcomed to this meeting. We look forward to an extravagant contribution, making an extravagant contribution, but also learning from this community here in the state of Oregon. Just a special and a special acknowledgement of thanks to the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island.
Thank you for hosting us. It's at your expense and the expense of your people that we're able to meet you. So nā reira, I ngā rangatira o Te Rolainen, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rau atu tāpun katoa. Right. I'm about to see you. I'm told I've got 5 minutes, so I might take 8. But I'm going to ask the first question. The first question is, are you ready to have some fun? I think ask that every time you come to a conference or a workshop. So this next part, we're going to take all of 3 minutes to teach you a particular waiata. And before we do that, as Jaffe was saying, your attendance at this workshop, at this conference requires active participation. So we're going to actively participate right at the gate. We're people in Aotearoa of old tradition. And like many indigenous communities across the world, thank you. I've got 2 just the short circuit. Maybe that's an extra 5 minutes. Like indigenous communities across the world, we share the common interests of passing down knowledge from one generation to the next via old traditions of transfer of knowledge. And one of the methods of transfer of knowledge is of composition. Now, this particular composition I want to share with you this morning was composed by Wita Tauhuata. Now, Wita Tauhuata was a chaplain of the 28th Māori Battalion that attended World War II and participated in World War II. And Wita Tauhuata composed the song Returned after the war. He was one of a few people who were lucky enough from the Māori Battalion to return. And the chaplain composed the song because after his experience at World War II, I think they were in Gallipoli. After the experience in World War II, he wanted to compose a song to pass down a message to consecutive generations of Māori and people of all colours and all creeds in Aotearoa, New Zealand, a message of unity. So this particular composition is called Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi. And Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi, fellow members who have come from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I'm sure our Pākehā members will also know the song, Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi. Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi means, it's the best way to translate it. It's a call to unity. It's a call to unification. And we're a treaty nation that consists of 2 people. The First Nations people, the Māori, and the settlers, who we call Pākehā, affectionately called Pākehā. So my Pākehā brothers and sisters and my Māori brothers and sisters, I'd ask you to please come to the front of the podium, and we're going to spend the next 5 minutes teaching our fellow American whānau Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi. So now, whānau, as I said, we've really got some fun. So what I'd like us to do is, if you can please stand, and make some room for yourself. Shift the chair back a little bit, make some room for yourself and get some space. You're going to be using your arms, and your legs a little bit, and mainly your arms, so make sure you've got some distance between you and your next, you and your neighbour. Well, we're going to, us Kiwis are going to give you a rendition of Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi, and these guys are really good at the song, so I'm going to jump to the front and get the collateral damage. So we're going to give you a rendition of Tūtira Mai Ngā Iwi, and then we're gonna share it with you. Okay, we're going to be active participants, as you've seen. Now that is, if I know, you know how to. Right. Okay. 5, 2, 3, Hang on a second, we're not finished here. Now it's your turn to learn. Okay, so the first words in the song is two ti ready? So 5, 2 ti so two ti and the second line is the same as the first. It just has a different note. Two, see? 2, 5. 2, yeah, this is a really intelligent group of people. Right, now we're going to put actions to the first 2 words. Now, the first action is this. Let's do this. Think like a little half triangle. Okay, so to the left hand side, not the other. This is the left hand side. I mean, so this is 2 T oh, that's good. So first one, 2 T and then I'll be and the next one is fire at the bottom of the head, which means pursue knowledge. What does it mean? So what do you think pursuing the knowledge does? Pursue knowledge. Okay. So fire and we so pursue knowledge and grasp hold of power of love. Okay? So love makes sense, right? What's the answer? Grasp hold of power of love. Pursue love. Get to the top. So come to you. Be one. All of us, all of us, all of us. Okay? Okay. What a great song from Kevin. Well, very, very intelligent people. So we should go from top to bottom. And actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go from top to bottom, you get at the top 2 and 2. So this is credit, but we need to volunteer. Jeez. But you have to tell us when you say so. Okay, stay into the future. Yeah, here we go. So that's how we start. Now, Tim's going to stand out here because he's the most amazing. He's perfectly ready. Okay. That's okay. Forward, 5, 2, 10, Well, thank you very much for participating. So, next song, if you remember, is about we should all be together, we should all be unified. And remember, pursue knowledge and pursue love, pursue the power of love. Now, if I know,
Is there anything else you wanted? I did not know singing was going to be on my agenda for this. I am going to say, I'm going to raise my hands to you and just say hi, Marcy. This is me lifting above me. I didn't know I needed that. I feel much better in my soul. So thank you for that. And thank you for being here. I'm going to raise my hands to you all as well. And we wouldn't be here without Jeff Steiner's tireless work. So I'm going to invite him back up, and I think we'll get started. So. Our Global Hemp Innovation Center is an experiment. We are cross-campus, across the nation, even international organization. And this is a good demonstration of this. 2 points. One is this point of view. The hemp industry is an extremely fragmented industry. We're very small, and every piece of it is even smaller. And so I don't think it could be even better to talk about the unity of how to work together. And this workshop is how do we find out from people who are already established in industry, how can the hemp community be blended in, and then how do we all work together and build future relationships. So again, thank you, Chance. Thank you, Denise, for your efforts in putting this together. Thank you again, Isaac, for what you've done. It's time to start moving into our next section. And by the way, I guess one other thing to say is that when we talk about a cultural and business exchange, you see how much more deep it can go. We learn from one another. It's a really cool thing to go to do. It's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Stacy Simmons, who's the Dean of the College of Agricultural Sciences. The College of Ag Sciences is very fundamental to the Global Hemp Innovation Center, supports our center. And so, Stacy, if you give a greeting for our university.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and good to see everyone this morning. I feel so much more energized. That was awesome. That was awesome. My name is Stacy Simonich. I'm the Dean of OSU's College of Agricultural Sciences. I'm also director of the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station. Just so happens that I happen to be the first woman dean of the college. It took 157 years, but well, we're all here because we think hemp is a very interesting crop from a chemistry standpoint, from a biology standpoint, from a sustainability standpoint, supply chain, you name it. And I think back to when hemp was legalized in the US in 2018. I happen to be OSU's Associate Vice President for Research around research compliance. So hemp landed in my lap. And it was around that time that the OSU College of Agricultural Sciences Global Hemp Innovation Center was first, I will say. And so it's been an interesting journey. You all know the tremendously complex regulations around cannabis and hemp. But I really appreciate all of you here today thinking about the use of hemp materials in the bioeconomy and how it will improve our future and sustainability. So the Global Hemp Innovation Center was formed in June 2019, and it's really their mission, as it is our mission of the college and OSU, to be at the forefront of helping industry, in this case, integrating hemp into the agricultural and business landscape across Oregon, other Western states, and the entire country, and helping across the world. Through a network of over 70 faculty members and from 8 colleges, my college is just one of those colleges, along with partnership from other land-grant universities across the U.S. and our partners at USDA Agricultural Research Services. We have been working closely with the hemp industry. Our goal is to identify the best scientific and business approaches to advance the sector. Our teams of geneticists, plant breeders, animal nutritionists, agronomists, economists, engineers, chemists, food scientists, and business specialists are currently focused on developing and assessing new materials for bio-based products manufacturing from hemp for the bioeconomy. At OSU, we are enthusiastic about the future of hemp. I'm personally enthusiastic because I'm also a chemist, an environmental chemist. But to be most effective, we value listening to industry leaders just like you and all of you in this room, so we can tailor our work to best meet your needs. The Hemp Materials Supply Chain Workshop, co-hosted with the New Zealand Product Accelerator and New Zealand Hemp Industries Association, is the fifth industry-oriented listening session organized by the Global Hemp Innovation Center. I think they just get better and better each one. This one's great. Your insights are invaluable and will greatly contribute to these efforts. I hope you find value in connecting with technical experts, the business developers from the United States and New Zealand, including Native American and Araturo Maori representatives who are working to expand and scale the bioeconomy that includes hemp. We greatly appreciate your time in investing with us, and I hope you also have the opportunity to look at and enjoy our beautiful campus. I especially want to say thank you to Jeff Steiner and Kristen Rafea back there in the back of the room for their efforts and the Global Hemp Innovation team. So, and that in closing, I will say, thank you. Have a good day.
Kia ora, everybody. My name is Richard Bard from the New Zealand Hemp Industries Association. We've been around since 1997, so we've been waiting a long time for a hui like this to occur because we follow the mantra of 4 distinct pillars, including farming, which underpins everything you do, but there's no point in engaging a farmer unless you've got a market. So we need a food, fibre and health and wellness markets we would like to pursue with our low THC industrial hemp. So having a hui like this, a meeting like this to discuss and work out how to prioritise industrial hemp into that fibre industry, those end users. We've got 4 massive economic sectors that we're looking at. So it's very exciting to finally see this sort of thing coming together because it is a time, it is an idea whose time has come. It's really exciting to be here with you all, and I thank you all very much for coming. And for those people attending online, thank you for joining us, both virtually in the Zoom meeting, but also live streaming our plenary sessions on a YouTube channel where we'll even have wider reach and wider input. So thank you very much for that. On behalf of the Hemp Association, again, I'd like to thank Jeff and our co-leaders, the New Zealand Product Accelerator, Kanika De Silva, for being involved in this process. And you'll hear from us over the period of time, particularly myself and Jeff. But for the moment, I'd just like to introduce Craig Armstrong from the New Zealand Product Accelerator to give us a couple of brief words around what they do and how this collaboration can really work. Thank you, Craig.
There we go. Kia ora. Ko Craig Armstrong aho. I'm here as a board member of the New Zealand Product Accelerator. And I too want to thank you, Jeff, Richard, and especially acknowledge Dr. Kanika De Silva, my colleague who's here with me today, been instrumental in bringing us all together. And online, I hope, is someone else who's been instrumental in this, and that's our GM at the Product Accelerator, Dr. Kirstine Holtz. So thank you all. It's a privilege to be here. The Product Accelerator, we have a purpose of helping enterprises to accelerate innovation. We are an open innovation network, collaborative, national and let's say now international network, which pulls science through to meet known market needs. In opposed to trying to push science out into the market, hoping that something might develop. The method through which we work involves connecting businesses with the best teams of experts and scientists across the country and now across the globe, and addressing business problems and business opportunities. An independent review of the New Zealand Product Accelerator activities by a couple of consultants in New Zealand, Sophia and Thinkplace, late last year, on behalf of the New Zealand Government's Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, reported that our clients' estimate of potential value for commercially funded projects was on an annual average of around about 250 million New Zealand dollars. It's just a number that shows that we're more than just a front door for businesses to access research expertise. It's an investment up front in the engagement that we have with businesses that enables us to play an intermediary role and a brokering role, and our engagements extend to the delivery of the results required by businesses. I mentioned that demand side and pull science, and I just want to spend a moment talking about this. We do pull science through to meet known market needs rather than trying to push science towards the market. It's an important differentiator, and rather than trying to speak to this whole model, in the bottom diagram, there's a depiction of how we've turned things around a little bit so that the commercial opportunity is forefront and front to how we work and how we bring on a collaboration of network specialists to find that missing science, to commercialise ideas and products. We're here because the bioeconomy is our focus. I won't spend a whole lot of time talking through this, but the whole triangle is important to us. But like all triangles and all opportunities, there are higher value components of it. We tend to start our thinking, what can we do with the molecules and the ingredients of something in a pharma context? That's where the highest value is. We work down through food and nutrient opportunities to more fundamental, and at the bottom of this diagram towards energy and fuel opportunities. But the bioeconomy and this value triangle very much centers us, focuses us on how value can be created. And this is a platform, a summary of the platforms that the New Zealand Product Accelerator is focused on. Everything from energy and materials and digital and automation, robotics, that sort of thing. On the round, we can go through it. And this is our network. Some 7, 8, 9 universities and a whole raft of collaborating partners. We're a proven model for industry collaboration. We're advancing manufacturing through innovation. We've got a shared vision of what New Zealand's future can be, and we're a collaborative network for New Zealand and now the Indo-Pacific region. So that's us. We look forward to being here for the next 3 days. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Gregg. Again, this whole point of cultural, business, even research, commercialization, exchange, seeing different models that we learn, we find our similarities and the ways we can also improve individually. So thank you again, Gregg, Karnika, Richard, for being partners in this. Next, I want to introduce Warren Miller. Warren is our lead person with FountainWorks, who's facilitating this workshop. So anything that appears to go smoothly, orchestrated perfectly, is not because of the team from OSU, it's because of FountainWorks helping us with that. So Warren's going to give a good overview of the workshop. This is a finely tuned machine, a watch, clock. So Warren, please take it.
Great, thank you, Joe. So good morning, everyone. And I just want to say, how glad we are to be with you. I'm Warren Miller with the FountainWorks team, along with my colleagues who will raise their hands here in the room, Emily Wilson and Drew Finley, and online, Maddie Shea, for those of you who are joining online, and Maddie is part of our team. And what I want to do with this segment is just get you oriented to what we'll be doing over the next couple of days. And also just to say thank you again for the opening and how wonderful that was. And we often, when we facilitate meetings, we like to get to know each other in some new and different ways. When you're working on complex challenges like we are over the next couple of days, it's so important to be able to collaborate. And I just think that the stage that you set in the opening was really wonderful, and I think will help us immensely as we work together over the next couple of days. So we have the agenda up here, and I'll just start by saying our overall goal over the next 2 days is to think about what would it take to increase the use of hemp in these industry sectors, specifically in building materials, paper and packaging, activated carbon, plastics, and biocomposites. So what would it take? And that's what we're here to try to work on to tackle over the next couple of days. And what you see in front of you is the agenda for today. But big picture, what we'll be doing today is getting an overview, getting ourselves on some common footing about the current state of industry and learning more about these industry sectors today. And we're going to be learning a little bit more about them later today. So we're going to start by getting ourselves some foundational understanding and knowledge that we're going to working with. Tomorrow, we will be having some more intense breakout discussions with industry sectors to really understand more about the industries and more about some of the barriers and challenges and ideas to incorporate, to use in these industries. And then on Friday, we'll be looking to start to identify some of the most important priorities, some of the potentially low-hanging fruit ideas that can start to pave the way for a roadmap. So that's big picture of what we'll be doing over these couple of days. So it may feel a little bit like we're going slow to go fast, but we're trying to lay this good foundation because we have a lot of different kinds of expertise in the room here. We have, and in just a minute, we'll do a couple of introduction questions, but we have industry experts here. We have research experts from the university. We have government representatives. We have partners who are here, the indigenous communities from North America and New Zealand that are here, all partnering to think about this big question. And so we have a lot of different people, and everyone has an important role in this convening. So what I'd like to do is just a couple of orientation questions. And we're going to use a tool over the course of a couple of days called Mentimeter. And we're using it. Some of you may be familiar with it. And as I'm just hitting this setup, you can log on to Mentimeter, just go to menti.com, and you have an access code here. I think it's also set up with a QR code for you to just click on that. And that gets you logged on. So for the participants online, you can also log on because it's very important that we have your active participation in this too. And so Maddie's going to chat that login information in. And so the first couple of questions that we have is just getting a sense of who's in the room. And so we can go ahead and we can give you a moment. For those of you who are here, you can get onto the Wi-Fi. It's a free Wi-Fi connection, no password required. It says visitors, and that's if you're having trouble getting connected. I believe that's right. Visitors. Yeah, so you can log on. So we've got our first question here. Everybody's already jumping in. Which choice, we'll put it back up on the screen here. Which choice best describes your role in this workshop? So if you're an industry participant here, whether you're here in person or online, I'd like you to click that choice. If you're a government agency representative, you can click that. If you're in academia, we'd like you to click that. Other private organization, you click that. Other observers. So we'll give you just a moment to get logged on, see if this is working okay. And we'll put the access code. And thank you for, if there's anything online that you need, just go ahead and chat it. Thank you. And Maddie will make sure that you've got the information here. So you're getting a sense of who's in the room. And I'm just going to take a moment because once you get logged into Mentimeter, we'll be using this throughout the day. So I'll just give you a few moments. As folks are logging into this, there are a couple of other things that I want to bring your attention to. you have some workbooks. Those of you who are participants here, you've got workbooks in the front of the room. The workbooks are a place for you to take notes, for you to reflect. We understand that sometimes there are different ways that people like to participate. So this is a guidebook for you to use. And as we go through the different segments, we very much like for you to capture your ideas, your questions, your perspectives in this workbook. This is going to be one of the things that we would like to use. We like to collect these at the end of the session on Friday at noon. So if you want to write down your personal to-do list, maybe write that somewhere else. If you have some ideas about what it's going to take to increase the use of hemp in the industry, we want you to put those in the workbook. We're going to collect these. So just also you can write your name in this as well, so we know what sector that you're in. I believe that Maddie is also chatting out a PDF version of this online. So folks online, again, we'd love to get your input on these questions, and you can send it back to Maddie. She'll give you instructions about how to make sure we collect that. So I'll go ahead and I'm going to walk through just a couple of questions with you here. And the first question here, we've got a total of, we're up to 24 industry participants that are here across different industry sectors. If you're an industry participant here, go ahead and raise your hand. All right, great. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. For participating. We're excited to engage you in this. We've got 24 industry participants. If you're in government, go ahead and raise your hand. We have some government agency representatives. And so one of the things that we see here is that we have industry as a participant, and we also have government participants as observers. So we have this set up so that we're going to be focusing on the industry participants throughout the couple of days. But we also have some observers, both in government and academia, who are going to have an opportunity to ask questions as we go throughout. But primarily the focus is going to be on the industry participants here. So just know that if you're in government, if you're in academia, we want to engage you. We'll have some different points throughout the workshop that we're going to be able to engage you. So we have 6 folks from government who are here, and then we've got 17 observers from academia. If you're from academia, go ahead and raise your hands. Okay. All right, so we have 17 participants from academia. Other private organizations that are here, go ahead and raise your hand. Other organizations, great. Again, welcome and thank you for being here. It's again very important that we have you. We have one other observer who's here. So these are the participants. So hopefully everybody is able to log in. If you have any difficulty logging into Mentimeter online, go ahead and chat Maddie, Shay. If you have any trouble getting online here, Emily or Drew, just raise your hand. We'll get you online. Okay. So that's one of the tools that we'll be using. We have a couple of other questions. Getting a sense of where people are coming in from. Okay. So where do you currently live? And so we have a couple options here. North America, if you're in from North America, go ahead and answer that. If you're from New Zealand, we saw you here earlier. We want to go ahead and have you click that option. If you're elsewhere, if you're coming from elsewhere, wherever that might be.
Time zones, we have the live stream that will be recorded, so I'll have access to that later, so they may not reflect right.
That's right. That's right. So we have people from who are joining virtually. We have people joining here in the room from a lot of different locations, North America, New Zealand, elsewhere. And we also have different time zones that we're working with here. So we've tried to set this up in a way that people will be able to participate from different time zones. But just keep that in mind. We are live streaming this on YouTube, so the 4 plenary sessions will be available to you afterwards. And again, the folks online will be able to hear us, are able to hear us hopefully. And we're glad to have you here. And this gives you a sense of where everybody's from. We've got 38 North Americans, 15 participants right now from New Zealand, and that may bump up in a little bit later. All right, that gives you a sense of where people are coming from. All right, so we have our last question here that we'll put up on the screen for you. All right, so our last question is, I'd like you to take a moment and think about your aspiration for this convening. We have one word that describes what you hope to get out of it. So you're all coming from different perspectives, but each of you are here for a reason. We have an open-ended response here. So in a word, what's the one thing that you hope to get out of this convening? So these are going to start to populate here. And if you're familiar with the word cloud, if we have a word that comes up more than once, it's a larger size. But all of these things. So we'll just take a moment and we want to set our intention here about what you want to get out of this. What's important to you. And I'd love to open it up to you, even at this early moment, if someone wants to share in a few words what you're hoping to get out of it, why you're making the time to be here over these next couple of days. If you want to just do a quick shout out. What is it that you hope to get out of this? What are you excited about? Learning new songs. Yeah, again, love that enough. Yes, thank you for breaking the ice.
My motivation is to replace things that we get out of forests with our fields.
Yeah, replace things that we get out of forests. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Great.
Work for you standing tall.
Yeah, thank you. And you're doing this. Matthew, great. Yeah.
The cultural interchange and like lifting each other up is like.
It's incredibly powerful. The cultural interchange. Again, I'm just repeating so folks online. I think they can hear you, but just to make sure. The cultural interchange. Other things that you're hoping to get out of these next couple of days. Anybody else want to share? Few things. Yeah, thank you.
Simply long-term positive relationships.
Yeah, long-term positive relationships. Yeah, and that.
Synergies.
Synergies. Yeah, where are those synergies? Where can we find those synergies in the work that we're doing and the expertise that we're bringing to this challenge? Good. So you can see this is continuing to populate here: collaboration, knowledge, connections, understandings, innovation. So trying to think about what are some new ideas about how do we address some of these barriers. Someone said making hemp boring again. I'd love to hear more about that. Partnerships, understanding industry needs. What is it that industry needs to be able to use and to enhance the use of hemp? Enlightenment, guidance, current status, progress, introductions. So we'll keep this up on the screen here for just a moment. But again, it's important for you to think about your intention as you get into this work. And I want to thank everybody for just spending a few minutes to take the time to get oriented. A couple of other housekeeping kinds of things. We're going to be taking some breaks, and we'll take a break in just a moment. And the reason we wanted to have a break early on is because this is at its core, an interactive, collaborative conference, an interactive opportunity for you to connect with each other. So we will be taking long breaks. We will be taking breaks throughout the session. And I encourage you to meet people when you can. There's also opportunity to learn more about the industry out in the outside these doors here. And also to let you know that there are going to be some different ways for you to be able to participate. As I said, we'll be doing that in the workbook. We will have breakout groups. We will have large group conversations. We're going to have some more speakers as we get out throughout the day. So it's going to be a lot of different ways we want to engage you. In the back of the room, there is a piece of paper that they allowed us to put up on the back, and it says the roadmap for building hemp industry should transform hemp. The roadmap should transform the hemp industry by what? So we want to just have a place as you're listening and you're hearing about these ideas. If you have an idea about how might we incorporate and build hemp industry, we want you to capture that up on the board. We have two pieces of paper there, so you're not going to ruin paint on the back of the wall. You can go ahead and write on that, but we'd love to have that as a space for you to capture any ideas that are coming to you throughout the conference. It's an open space there. One other thing I want to bring your attention to is on the side of this room, and Maddie will chat it out as well. There's a QR code. This afternoon, we're going to be learning more about hemp industry. And if you have some questions that you're sitting with right now or that you're thinking about, that's a place where you can click that. You can type in your question. We're going to have a panel discussion on hemp. So these are up around the room. And you can feel free to add questions anytime throughout the day, and we're going to get to those at 3 o'clock. So I think we've covered the basic housekeeping. We also have coffee. I think everyone has seen, and refreshments just outside these doors to the left, restrooms to the right. So with that, what I'd like to do is invite you to take this first break. We're going to put a timer up on the screen. We'll let you know when we are ready to reconvene. Folks that are online, we're going to go ahead and mute it. And we'll have the timer up on the screen for you to be able to join back in. Again, we're glad you're here in person, online, and we'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll look forward to seeing you, and we'll be getting into our next segment. So with that, enjoy your conversations, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Oh, wait, sorry, Jackie Richter, Caldwell Tribes Conservation District Manager, and I work with John quite a bit and on a lot of other projects, and so we help coordinate this.
I'm Travis.
Hey, Travis, Jackie. Yeah.
You look very familiar from the Brewster area.
Yeah, Brewster Omak, I work with a lot with, Gebbers.
Okay.
Down
Yeah, I live
there.
in Terrace, so I
Yeah,
feel like I recognize.
Yeah.
Jack.
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Let's go ahead and get started again. I really appreciate the way the scenes of the networking has really picked up. I've done some personal connections between different participants that are here, folks that are in different sectors or.
How's that now? Is that too loud for the folks out there or? We're working it out. I know this will work. I think we're trying to do that so the folks on the online don't think it's an audio offline. There are some older people here, some that are not. I need to go for the Taylor Swift metaphor next. Again, welcome back. Appreciate the interactions that are going on in networking. One, I think the demographics are really important because this is an industry workshop. That means that the priority should be industry people being here and not only having industry people here, but getting their perspectives as a priority. So that we, little universities or government agencies, can really learn, what your needs are, how to put things together, and how do we move forward. So again, thanks for that. Thank you again for all the networking going on. This workshop, was by invitation only. We had a limited invite list, again, with a priority on industry folks. But, when you think about having 70, 80 people online, I kind of heard a story once that it takes just as long to set a cultivator up to do a quarter acre as to do a quarter section. And so there were a lot of moving parts to putting this workshop together. You've met some of the people, the upfront people, but it's really behind the scenes people that are most important. Let me give a very quick little story about how did we come to where we are right now. It began because Leck, you'll stand up, and Karnika, where's Karnika? There she was. She helped to be the handler for Leck, doing lectures and interactions, stay up, but we're going to have the community in New Zealand. And because of that connection, Leck came home. Karnika was making a trip over to here, and she said, hey, she wants to meet some hemp people. So we had a meeting with Skip and John Simonson. Skip, if you'll stand up, Skip. And then John Simonson also, and all of you who are part of the expo know John, because he's been having to do that. We had a meeting and we decided it would be really good. And by the way, where's Richard Barge? Richard set a recording, that we played at that meeting. And then sometime after that, Richard invited me to come up. Let's stand up, Richard. So they invited me to come over to New Zealand to be at the Hemp Summit, where I got to meet people such as Gregg. And Bonice and Kim. Where's Kim? We had a lunch meeting at the IHEP Summit and said, it'd be really important. Did I get everybody there? I think that part better here. And said, we really should put our heads together. And I go, hey, I know this granting agency where I know we can get some money and we could put on a workshop. And so we decided to do that. And so adding to that, we have Kristen Rafali. And I'm trying to think, I'm going to make sure I'm not doing this on my list. Wu, where shall we Wu? There's Wu. Okay. John Simonson. Okay, Richard, Karnika, Christine Hulse, who's not here, but she's online. And Bonice, Chance White Eyes Foods, and Doug Boone, where's Doug? And this Doug. Okay, and then also our conference organizers here from Conference Services LSU. They're the behind the scene people that work with Fountainworks with the committee, and that's Starla Gunnison, Earhart, and Mark Jacobson, and Carly Weber, who happens to be on vacation in New Zealand right now. So those are the folks that put the conference together. So let's get a hand for them. You all can sit down. And now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker. We're very fortunate to have Mr. Greg Jaffe from the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Gregg is the Senior Advisor for Regulatory Affairs in Secretary Vilsack's office in Washington, D.C. We're very fortunate to have Gregg here. Gregg is also the advocate for the bioeconomy within the USDA and works with all the agencies, pulling together how do we advance this whole exciting sector. I know a lot of that has to do with biomass and bio-based manufacturing, biotechnology. Great to have you here is just a privilege. We really appreciate that. We appreciate the workshop that you and Rural Development, Regulatory Affairs, Rudy Soto, and Farm Service Agency had yesterday with a number of stakeholders whose lives are impacted by USDA. This workshop, Land Grant University, Oregon State University, started in 1868 because of USDA when establishing the land grant system. We function today. This workshop is happening today because of support from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So, Greg, if you'll come on up, we really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
She doesn't want to. Yeah, that's it. She says not to. Okay. Everybody hear me if I hold it about you? Okay, great. Well, thank you, Jeff, for inviting me here. Thank you to all the organizers. Sounds like it was a privilege to have this conference. And I'm very excited to be here representing Secretary Vilsack, representing USDA, and representing the Biden-Harris administration, all of which want to see the bioeconomy move forward and products like hemp, biomass like hemp, make it into products that get into our society. And so you'll hear more about that when I go there. As Jeff said, I am the senior advisor in the Secretary's office, and I cover a wide range of topics: food safety, pesticides, PFAS, biotechnology, biofuels, bioeconomy. The list goes on, but of all those topics, I really enjoy bioeconomy the most. It's one that's exciting because we can build things together. We can do things together. And so I'm also the senior advisor who deals with hemp. And I have to say, when I started at USDA about 18 months ago, I knew nothing about hemp. And so everything I've learned here, but I'm not an expert on it. So everybody else in the room is an expert, and I do hope to learn from all of you today. I will talk a little bit about what we are doing in hemp, but I am not the expert at all in the room of USDA on that. With that, I also just want to apologize in advance to our visitors and colleagues from New Zealand. This is a very US-based presentation. And just hope you understand that. I've never been to New Zealand. I would love to go at some point in my life. I've had friends who say it's such a beautiful country, but I don't have any I can impart lots of information about what USDA is doing, what the federal government's doing. But we're rely on all of you to tell us what's going on in New Zealand. So with that, so let's not move the slides. Okay. So what I'm going to do is give a little background, so to set the stage of what USDA's strategic goals are generally, and then how bioeconomy applies to those. I'm going to talk about President Biden's Bioeconomy Executive Order, which is sort of a document that sets forth the federal government is thinking about bioeconomy. And then I'm going to dig down deeper into what USDA is doing in the bioeconomy, talking about our biomass supply chain report, talking about some of our accomplishments and give some examples of some of the work we're doing. And then I'm going to dig down a little deeper and talk a little bit in the last few minutes about some of USDA's investments and activities specifically related to hemp. So I want to set the stage a little bit. People may not be familiar with the National Agricultural Statistics Service. That's part of USDA. We do the census every 5 years, and we just released the census earlier this year. And I just wanted to give a little context about the current state of farms and farmland in the United States. But this is still, I think, trouble with this. So, and this is all data from that, but you'll look, we do the census every 5 years, and you'll see that most recently we have 1.9 million farms in the United States. But that number went down 7% in the last 5 years. We lost 140,000 farms in the United States in the last, and if you look, this slide goes back to 2002, but if you actually go back the last 4 decades, we've lost 500,000 farms in the United States. And that is a trend that has continued. We also looked at we lost acreage, 2.2% of the acreage, and our average farm size has increased. So those are the 3 numbers I want you to take away from this. And here you'll see again, the number, the thousands, the number of farms we have and the size of those farms and how much land they have of the total farmland that we have in the United States. And so what you'll see is that 2% of US farms control 42% of the farmland. And 32% of the farms had less than 500 acres and controlled 2% of the farmland. So over the years, we've seen consolidation, we've seen an increase in size, and we've seen a decrease in the number of farms. And if we also look at income from those farms, you'll see that a small number of farms really have the majority of the income. And so this slide doesn't, it's a little hard to follow that, but the best way I can explain it is about 10% of the farms produce 90% of the income. And the other 90% of the farms produce all the remaining income. And so most farmers in the United States don't make a living from their farm. They either need a second job or something else to supplement their income. And so that is a very important set of statistics that Secretary Vilsack thinks very deeply about all the time and talk about this all the time and those trends and sort of says, is this where we want agriculture to be going in our country? Or how can we reverse those trends? And so we issued a strategic plan for fiscal years 2022 to 2026, this administration. And in that plan, we have a number of strategic goals. And that first goal is to create jobs and economic opportunities across America, but especially in rural and tribal communities. And so Secretary Vilsack wants to figure out a way to keep farmers on the land and have them be productive and keep our rural and tribal communities have vibrant with economic development in that. And so that is, all of our marching orders, my marching orders, everybody else, like 100,000 employees at USDA, was how do we create those economic opportunities? How do we keep our rural and tribal communities vibrant? How do we do that? We also want to reduce the impacts of climate change and make agriculture more sustainable. We want to strengthen supply chains and increase competition. And we want to improve food and nutrition security. All of those. And if we look at those in terms of bioeconomy, we think that bioeconomy helps us achieve all of those strategic goals. We can help rural and tribal communities. We want to give additional income streams to farmers. We want to have business development. We want to have new jobs and economic opportunities in those rural communities. We think that's critical for so many different things. And Secretary Vilsack will say, it's even critical for our national security because the majority of our military, the majority of people who volunteer for our military come from our rural communities. And if our rural communities can't support the populations that are there, people aren't going to live there. What will that do for our national security, in addition to what that does for our food security and everything else? It increases our sustainability of agriculture if we can better utilize our biomass. It helps us with climate change, reduces greenhouse gases, reduces our reliance on petroleum if we can produce products from biomass instead of producing them from petroleum. And there are a bunch of other non-greenhouse gas emissions, environmental benefits, human and health benefits. People don't think about that. The international conversation around bioeconomy is how does that impact greenhouse gases? But in reality, a lot of these products also have other environmental benefits, reduction of plastics in the ocean, for example, or human and animal health benefits, if we can have vaccines that address diseases and so forth. So it's really important to do that. And this is a graphic. Secretary Vilsack goes around and speaks about what we call his whiteboard speech. I don't know if anybody's heard that. You can look it up a little bit. But he talks about all the different potential income streams that we can develop for those small and medium-sized farms to keep those farmers on the land, to make better use of their land, to make better use of their energy that they do. And so I put this up here. I'm not doing the whole speech, so I'm not going to tell you all of this. But I put the red circle around the renewable energy and bioproducts. And so this is a specific income stream that we think is really important to farmers to help keep them on the farm and to build this part of, along with all the other things that we're investing in. So with that little background, I want to just give that context, because everything we're going to talk about now is how do we build up that domestic bioeconomy? How do we build those income streams for rural communities? How do we improve the livelihoods of farmers? How do we increase our sustainability of agriculture? How do we how do we adapt to climate change? All of those really that's the underpinning of all the work that we're doing. So I mentioned that President Biden issued an executive order in September of 2022 on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation for sustainable, safe, and secure American bioeconomy. It's about a 15-page document. If you haven't read it, I recommend you read it. Just Google it. It's easy down there. It's a little legalese, I guess. It's it's a executive order, but what it really is it sets forth objectives that for the federal government to work both within the department, within the federal government, all of the different agencies, but also to work with partners outside of the government to really move the bioeconomy forward. And granted, here we're talking about the shared bioeconomy. So today we're really focused on agriculture and food portion of the bioeconomy. Remember, there are other parts of the bioeconomy. There are energy portions of the bioeconomy. There's human health, drugs, and pharmaceutical parts of the bioeconomy. I'm not going to focus on those today, but this executive order goes into all of those. And it's about a government-wide approach to advanced biotechnology and biomanufacturing. It's to coordinate our R&D investments. It's to deal with data. It's to how do we expand biomanufacturing? How do we boost biomass? So all of these are discussed in that executive order. How do we expand those opportunities for bioenergy and bio-based products? How do we get the right workforce? There's a report on the workforce development. How do we build that workforce that we're going to need for this bioeconomy, for biotechnology, for biomanufacturing? How are we going to regulate it? How do we ensure that it's safe? Again, we have national security concerns for some of these things. I'm not going to go into those today, but the executive order talks about that. How do we manage this? How do we set standards for it, establish metrics? Again, to protect and secure and protect portion of it. And then how do we engage internationally so that we have markets for these products, so that we have coordination with our allies and partners in trade. So all of this is discussed in about 15 pages. But it is sort of it is our internal, our strategic plan. It is our way forward. So the first year of implementing the executive order, I'll call the stock taking aspect. There were a lot of reports issued by different parts of the federal government talking about what is the federal government currently doing in terms of moving the bioeconomy forward, and then what goals can we set for ourselves. And so here's two examples of goals for U.S. biotechnology and biomanufacturing, and I'll mention the agricultural goals in a minute. Another one on building the bio workforce of the future. How do we engage with places like Oregon State University and others to build that workforce that we're going to need? These are just two of the many reports. In the World Goals report, the first one I mentioned, these are the goals that USDA put for food and agricultural innovation. You'll see improving sustainability, increasing productivity, increasing food nutrition, quality and consumer choice, and protecting plants and animals against environmental stresses. It's a high-level report goals, but there are, in each one of these categories, there are some bullets with specific goals that we have within a 5-year period, within a 10-year period. I'm not going to go into those, but you'll see that we look very broadly. The definition of biotechnology, biomanufacturing is quite broad in this context. One of the reports that USDA specifically did, we were the lead on, wrote this report on measuring the bioeconomy. So these are the bioeconomy indicators. The makes of the maps. Don't ask me to spell out, tell you all the words exactly what those are, but these are really ways to attempt to really measure the bioeconomy. The best way I can explain it is, right now there's a code for chemicals but there's not a specific code for biochemicals. So all chemicals get put together, and so we can't measure what percentage of chemicals are bio-based chemicals. So that's important for investment, for financial investments, and so forth. So we're trying to get that changed. It's a long process, and this report recommends revisions so that we can do that. But this is our landmark report at USDA. So this is the report that we were asked to do specifically by the president, lead the effort. We had some of our colleagues from Department of Energy and other departments help us with it. But it really is about building a resilient biomass supply chain. And how do we enable the bioeconomy with that? And this report, publicly available, downloadable, maybe it's about 40 or 50 pages. Not written by me, but written by the experts who did a great job of identifying, the whole part of the food chain, the supply chain. We get different kinds of feedstock, how do we collect it, how do we convert it, how do we get it to end user? And we looked at, within that, what are the opportunities? So there's a whole section on all the opportunities at those different stages. What are the challenges at each of those stages? And then what are the policy recommendations of what we do to address those challenges and achieve those opportunities? And so it really is a sort of a look at everything from, transportation, what kinds of feedstock do we need? What kinds of genetics do we need? And what kinds of plants to get the feedstocks? The whole host of it. Because in our mind, biomass is really underpinned for the whole bioeconomy. That's where everything starts. So some of the key findings about this were that, U.S. biomass supplies are abundant. We have a lot of biomass, both available for us and also an opportunity to create even more biomass. And this is consistent with the Department of Energy. That's what they call their billion tons report, which came out about a month after ours, which often looks at sort of how much biomass are we utilizing and how much biomass is available and what we can utilize that for. And so there's a consistency there. There are some gaps in our knowledge. We have a lot to learn about how the competing markets, what are we going to use this biomass for fiber? Are we going to use it for food? How do we use it for biofuels and so forth? How do we scale some of this? How do we substitute renewable for non-renewable? How do we address farmers? How do we make sure that we can address their risks that are around these new biomass crops? How do we incentivize, but also manage risk for farmers and others throughout the chain? And we talked about emerging biomass specific crops, and I'll talk a little more about those in a minute. But we also talked about our woody biomass, and there's an abundance of that. And I know out here on the West Coast, there's a lot of that. And how do we use that in a renewable type of fashion, in a sustainable fashion? How do we take that? It's, woody biomass is very heavy. So how do we build the infrastructure near that woody biomass to take advantage of it for the different bio-based products that we could produce from it? So when we briefed the secretary about this report before it came out, he said to us, he read the report, secretary reads everything. And he said, this is great. What are we going to do? What can we do in the next 12 months to really have an impact, to move the bioeconomy forward, to build more biomass, to help the supply chain? And so he tasked us, and we also issued at the same time an implementation framework where we talked about specific actions and the specific programs at USDA that would be utilized to achieve those actions. And so there are about 5 or 6 different actions. This is about a 12-page report, so it's not, I wouldn't call it a report. But it is also available online to download. And so here are the 6 major actions that we talked about there. Developing the next generation of biomass feedstocks and increasing cover crops. And I think hemp obviously fits within that, of that generation of feedstocks, biomass. Better access to woody biomass for bio-based products. How do we build that infrastructure to utilize that biomass? How do we build the markets, so support those markets to drive the demand for that biomass? How do we have the climate smart practices to enhance productivity and sustainability of those? And then how can we also provide outreach and technical assistance? We can't do everything alone with the federal government. We always need our partners, and that's in the room here, our land grant institutions, our industry partners, We need everything. This is a whole, it takes the whole community to do this. And again, biomass is really that foundation of the bioeconomy. So in large part, we think we're really good. So, here's talks about some of the different things we're going to do in areas to cover crops, about, improving agronomic practices and so forth, reducing the carbon intensity scores. We talked about better waste utilization, how we're going to use manure, how we're going to use existing food waste, agricultural waste to create as a feedstock. And then, of course, as I mentioned, this woody biomass, which is, I think, an untapped resource that we really have barely begun to scratch the surface of in terms of using that, and how to use that for sustainable aviation fuel, how to use that for other woody, other products that can be made, bio-based products that can be made from it. So I won't go through that whole report or that whole implementation plan, but we are working on those things. We just had an update recently, and we've achieved some of those actions. We're continuing to work on them. It's a work in progress. I usually say to audiences when I start that, USDA was established in 1862 as the People's Department by Abraham Lincoln, President Lincoln. And arguably, we've been working on bioeconomy since then. And so I mentioned the executive order, mentioned these reports, but before September of 2022, USDA was doing a huge amount in bioeconomy. And if we regularly vanish tomorrow, we would still do a huge amount on bioeconomy, because that is critical, I think, just to the general mission of USDA. So I wanted to give you a sense of some of our accomplishments, some of what we've done here. I can't begin to scratch the surface when we did what we call a data call. We asked all of our missionaries and all of our agencies. As I said, for those of you who don't know, we have 100,000 employees at USDA. We have offices in virtually every county in the country, clearly every state in the country. We do a host of things. And so when we started to look into what are we doing in bioeconomy, what are our programs and some of our actions, the list is in the 100 activities. And that was the broad programs, not the specific each investment necessarily. But I want to give you some sense of what we've been doing. So these are just numbers and some things just since the executive order. So we're talking about in a year and a half or so. We're talking about this in the last year and a half. So there's been research and development, a total investment of more than $500 million. We're doing research on, improving genetics, how to address improving the genetics to improve productivity, but also for resilience against pests, diseases, and climate change. We're looking at bioenergy research on crops that can be used, dedicated biomass feedstock crops, which includes hemp that we'll talk about a little later. Talking about forestry research on better utilization of our forest land, research on alternate proteins, a host of different things. I mentioned just a couple at the bottom. I found a very interesting project, where we're using higher rate soybean oil to help with movement of roads. So it's a way to recycle old concrete, old roads, and reuse them. And run another source of soybean, another potential bio-based product from soybeans. So some really interesting stuff. On the infrastructure side, rural development has invested over $500 million in the bioeconomy in this past year and a half. We have a fertilizer production expansion program where we're producing, much of that program funding has gone to more traditional synthetic fertilizer, but a number of those products have gone to bio-based fertilizer. And we had a company, Jaffe mentioned yesterday, we had a roundtable in Portland, and one of the companies there had gotten one of these grants from us, and they use seafood waste. They're located on the coast in Washington State. They use seafood waste to make a liquid biofertilizer, and with the money we were giving them, they were going to open a second facility down in the Houston, Texas area, and use waste from shrimp to do the same thing. And so some of these projects are specifically how we use our biomass or bio waste to produce bio-based fertilizer. Our Rural Energy for American program, which is doing a lot of biomass and biogas projects, digesters and other things to produce bio-based products. What we call our big mama, the big program is the Biorefinery and Renewable Chemical and Bio-based Products Manufacturing Assistance Program, the 9002 program, which can give loan guarantees for up to $250 million for a biorefinery or a biochemical-based new technology to help that plant get built and get into commercial production. We have our business and industry guaranteed loan program. This is a program that the purpose of this program is really to help businesses get established in rural communities. So it's not specific to biomass at all. It was a 9003 is really specific to biorefineries and renewable chemicals. This one is just general. But I look at this as a two-for. If we can give a loan to a business that's not only going to bring jobs to rural communities, but also utilize our biomass at the same time, we're achieving two of our objectives, two of our goals at the same time. So we've done that for a number of entities. There's recently one I mentioned yesterday was Liberation Labs. We gave a $25 million loan guarantee, and they're building a fermentation facility with 600,000 liters of capacity to do alternate proteins and food-based proteins and so forth. So for those of you who know, our fermentation capacity in the United States is really limited. And so having that additional fermentation capacity for new startups is really important. So we have a number of these programs that are important. Our Forest Service, as I mentioned, there's obviously a big presence in Oregon and Washington and this part of the country. Our Forest Service has invested, the number is much larger than 72. It's probably over $100 million on different projects that are trying to better utilize that and build bio-based products out of that biomass. So as I mentioned, this is a whole USDA. So we have other mission areas, our FPAC mission area working on policies around double cropping and insurance for biomass crops, our marketing and regulatory program, our APHIS program on animal, plant, and health inspection service is vaccines to address animal diseases that use biotechnology, that use monoclonal antibodies, improvements to our regulations for genetically engineered crops and trees and so forth. I know that Oregon State has done a lot on genetically engineered trees. And then our foreign service also working with how to build out our international markets. I mentioned biofuels here, but also wood chips and other things that we export that are bio-based products. So I want to mention, as I mentioned, we talked about supply chain. So we've talked a little bit about our R&D. We talked about our infrastructure investments, but we also want to talk about that market. How do we build that market? And so Congress was nice enough back in 2002 in the Farm Bill to give us authority to set up the bio-preferred program. Some of you may have seen that label on the right on some of the products. And if you haven't, maybe when you go in the supermarket now, you'll look for that label on products. But this is a program that has two elements to it. One is a voluntary labeling system. So companies that want to come in, they'll get do tests to identify the amount of bio-based content in their product that you got label on. And in that label, you also notice if you go a fruit or a cleaning supply or whatever it is, it will list the percentage of bio-based content. So it might say 84% bio-based or 100% bio-based. We also have a mandatory federal procurement preference. So we have categories of products that are bio-based, and they're given a preference for the federal government. And part of this is really to help build that demand. The federal government is a large purchaser, and if we're given a preference to purchasing these products, we can help, we hope, the investment community and farmers and others understand that they will have a market for their products if they produce these bio-based products. So there are over 2,400 companies participating in it from all the different states. There are about 9,000 products, and it also includes 55 countries. Interestingly, about 1,500 of those products have been added in the last 18 months. So we're really seeing an exponential growth in this. I looked, and 180 of those products fall under the hemp, phenol, jute category. So, we've asked the companies to talk about where their primary resource comes from. And so, 1.5% of these products are hemp-based products that are included in the database, included in the program. That's not a huge number, but on the other hand, it's nice to see that there are a number of those products out there. That part of our USDA, we have a National Bio-Based Products Day, which was March 8th this past year. And one of the things that the Bio-Preferred program does is an economic impact analysis of the U.S. bio-based products industry. They do this report. I think this is the fourth reiteration. So this is from data from 2021. And we'll see that they found that the bioeconomy, bio-based products, not including bioenergy, but not including ethanol, not including sustainable aviation fuel, not including renewable diesel or bio-based diesel, it contributed 489 billion to the U.S. economy. It supported 2.4 jobs for each, in other sectors for each job in the bioeconomy, and it had virtually 4 million jobs in the bioeconomy in every state in the union, displacing $10.7 million of air every year. So that sort of gives you a context for this. But it hasn't talked about the potential. I think the potential is probably exponential of what is written there. So that report is a long report. That's probably a 100-page report. Also available on our website and downloaded. But it's interesting how they go about sort of doing that. So I wanted to end this section of my talk just by giving you some of examples of some of the work that we're doing at USDA in this broader bioeconomy. Some of you may have heard of our Climate Smart Agriculture, Climate Smart Commodities Program. It was $3 billion that was announced to try to move climate smart commodities. And again, not all of those are related to bioeconomy in particular, but some of them are. So here's a Climate Smart Camelina. This is a biomass crop that would be produced as a second crop or a cover crop of sorts. Can't officially be a cover crop because we would be harvesting it, but it would be used as a non-food crop for its oil, for using in biofuels, and how do we make that more sustainable? And you'll see that one of the expected states for this is both Oregon and Washington and Idaho. All of those are states for this potential product as well as tribal. So this is a $30 million endeavor to sort of build that evidence case and pilot this. The second one I wanted to mention is a guayú. Does anybody know guayú? Okay, a desert shrub grown in our Southwest. We can make a domestic supply of rubber from that product. It may be a good substitute as we become more drought tolerant. If we have additional drought, it doesn't take a lot of water for that product. And so this Climate Smart Commodities Program is working with Bridgestone and several partners investing in this and looking at how do we build that market and how do we build the proper genetics of that guayú, how do we get farmers to plant it, and how do we then process it to be used as a domestic rubber source. I wanted to mention biochar because we think there's real possibilities with biochar. It can be made from a number of different, from woody biomass, a lot of different waste systems, and that it has a lot of good properties. It can be used as a fertilizer, or as a carbon sink. It stores carbon. It also can be a remediation tool. The Forest Service is looking into that for abandoned mines and other areas that have contamination. I went and saw 2 different biochar research that was going on. The side of the left was a sort of mobile facility that our Agricultural Research Service scientists were looking at in Pennsylvania. The one on the right is a facility at Cornell University that they have in-house as a research thing, but they also are looking at, can we build a small biochar machine or piece of equipment that could go to dairies that have 300 or 400 heads of cattle, as small as that, and make it economical. So interesting research. This one is not really funded by USDA, it's funded by the United Soybean Board. But this is one of these THURS, and I always have to mention it because I'm the PFAS person at USDA. And for those of you who know the forever chemicals and the difficulties we're having with those, well, one of the major sources of PFAS, or one of the uses of PFAS, has been firefighting foam. It's been great because of its properties at helping firefighters fight fires. But one of the negative impacts about that has been to the health of firefighters and to the environment as that material is used. So the United Soybean Board has been investing, which is the checkoff program, for a company that's been developing a soy foam, a firefighting foam that is PFAS free. It's 84% bio-based under the Bio-Preferred program, and it's made primarily with soy meal and soy flour. And so I went in April to Dalton, Georgia, where this company exists, and we brought in farmers from around the country, as soybean farmers from around the country, as well as firefighters from around the country, and did some demonstrations of it. And the firefighters from South Dakota and from New York City got to try it. And it worked virtually no different than the PFAS firefighting foam. And everybody thought this is great. And so this is a product that will hopefully make it to market very soon and start to be utilized. A great example in my mind of a bio-based product that's solving multiple problems at the same time. It's addressing multiple goals at the same time. So I wanted to end my talk with sort of hemp and what is USDA doing with hemp. And you'll have to bear with me again because I am not an expert on hemp. But last week when I was preparing for this, wow, this article showed how that's not really food. How industrial hemp could save our world. I don't know if we did everything we had. It was just put it out there that it was part of the conversation, but it should be part of the conversation. So I thought I would put it up there, but USDA has been investing in hemp, and we will continue to invest in hemp. It's one of the many different potential biomass crops that we can invest in. It produces a lot of biomass. There's not a lot of resources, so there's a lot of advantages to it. There are also some complexities around it and challenges. It has a long history. It's not known by a lot of people. The extent that it's known and has certain connotations associated with it that have to be overcome. But we are continuing to invest in the USDA. I'm sure I'm not telling anybody in this room anything new that we had a hemp research roadmap that was issued earlier this year. I won't get into it because I'm assuming all of you have read it or will have looked at it. But it talks about what can we do to improve breeding and genetics, what are the best practices for production, how do we deal with the bio-based product manufacturing aspects of transparency and consistency. And I'm sure actually some of the work that just everybody here will do in the next 2 days will be fed into this roadmap and be part of the solution, because the roadmap really was not a roadmap just for USDA, but it was for all of our partners. It was for industry. It was for investors. It was for farmers and others. So I think that this workshop here the next 2 days is actually consistent with this roadmap and helping implement this roadmap. But we've got a lot of other things. I asked in preparation for this, I asked our National Institute of Food and Agriculture. This is the part of USDA that does our extramural funding, and one of my colleagues is here from NIFA. And they found out that we've invested over $77 million competitively in hemp since 2019. I've listed a few of those projects here. There's a number of Oregon State, Purdue University, Cornell. Some of these deal with improving the genetics. Some of them deal with pest management or weed management. Some of them deal with market. How do we build markets for these products? So it's a range of different products, and this is funding that we give to the universities to work on, and they continue to do that. Then we have also our Agricultural Research Service. This is our in-house, our intramural funding, our USDA researchers. I think we have, 2,000 of them across the country. We have a number of different facilities, and they are doing also a lot of work in hemp. We have an industrial hemp germplasm collection in Geneva, New York. That's the satellite campus of Cornell University, where we have ALS has a co-located facility there, doing a lot of work on that germplasm and building the proper germplasm for all the different potential industrial uses of hemp. We have scientists working in Pennsylvania on identifying phenotypes for selecting for hemp cultivars for bio-based chemical applications. We have ALS researchers here in Kovelenkov working on hemp on addressing things like diseases and pests such as powdery mildew or leafhopper. So we have both extramural research, but we also have intramural research. One of the things that our scientists have done in association with Cornell is hosted a number of webinars on hemp science and research. I think those are all online and people can watch those. Those have already occurred. Our Economic Research Service, that's another part of our research, education, and economics mission area. They've got several different reports on hemp and the market around hemp. Report in 2020 on economic viability. They're working cooperatively with Western Colorado University and University of Kentucky on a look at the hemp market and its production and economic impacts now currently. And then we have our National Agricultural Certificate Service. I mentioned they do the census, but they also do a number of other annual reports. And so they do a national hemp report every year, talking about the value of the hemp and how it's split up to industrial hemp, floral hemp, grain hemp, and so forth. That report comes out every year and recently came out for 2023. One can take a look at that. So those are sort of some of our, on our research side. We also are the regulators for hemp. So when hemp was allowed to be grown in the United States in the 2018 Farm Bill, Congress asked USDA to set up a regulatory system so that farmers could grow that and register and so forth. And so here I put to you the regulations that we established. Agricultural Marketing Service oversees that, although most of it is delegated to states. So I think Oregon has a state program that's, you know, that's consistent with the federal program, and so they do that. Farmers need to register, do a number of different things to grow hemp. So they work out there, AMS works on that. They also issue a national weekly hemp report, which talks about the prices, giving farmers and the industry information about price and, you know, volume and so forth. So that's been all on the sort of market side, on the research side. We also, one of the jobs of USDA is really to help farmers and to make sure that farmers have incentives to grow different crops and that they can manage their risk. And so our FPAC area, which runs our crop insurance programs and a number of other programs, is including hemp in the crops that they can use. So there's a hemp pilot insurance program, certain counties of 27 states that include Oregon, California, and Nevada. Farmers can get crop insurance for growing hemp, which is important. They also may be eligible for Farm Service Agency farm loans for operating costs, for ownership, for beginning farmers, for facilities and so forth. And then, of course, our Farm Service Agency is the spot that farmers come in and give their registration for when they register on their growing hemp. So that. And finally, I wanted to end with our rural development programs, because I mentioned some of those. I mentioned some of those earlier, generating the bioeconomy. These programs here are the Rural Business Investment Companies, the Business Loan Guarantee Program, the Value Added Producer Grants. These are programs that are not hemp specific, they're not even bioeconomy specific. They're about helping farmers and helping businesses in rural communities. But they can be, hemp can be used in those programs. And so there's an article about, we gave some money under the Value Added Producer Grant for a company that was working on hemp blocks to add value in Pennsylvania. So there haven't been a lot of hemp grants and loans in those areas, but we are open for business in terms of doing them. There's not a priority for hemp, but there's also not hemp can qualify for those just the same as any other crop or any other business. So I'm just going to end. I hope I've given you a flavor for sort of how bioeconomy fits into our bigger strategic plan at USDA and the Biden and Harris administration. What are some of the programs that we have at USDA? What are we supporting in terms of bioeconomy? And then dig down a little deeper to give you examples of what we've been doing in hemp, particularly and specific to hemp. But I'll end here with sort of our saying we have with our bioeconomy work, and that is invent it here, grow it here, make it here. We really want to sort of figure out how do we add value all the way out through the value chain, through the supply chain. How do we add value, building bio-based products, building bioeconomy, and really helping our rural communities, our tribal communities, and others, so we can keep farmers on the farm, keep those communities vibrant, achieve our sustainability goals, achieve our climate goals at the same time. And so with that, I'll end there, and I'm happy to answer other questions. Unfortunately, I do need to leave after today. I have a personal commitment that promised my daughter about. But I will be around for about 3 o'clock today. And so if anybody has questions, feel free to grab me. I'll be around at lunch and to part of the afternoon. But I'm happy to answer questions now for the first time.
How does the Biden administration deal with the carbon credit market. And are they in support of the national board for the same credits nationwide scenario as opposed to right now certain states that you can trade in that market for carbon credits? And the second question is that I have heard that Hemp is not a part of the carbon credit program as of yet. And how many people fit that market?
So thank you for that question. I have to admit, I'm not the expert on carbon credits and carbon markets at USDA, and so I can't answer parts of your question. I don't know what the official position was on nationwide carbon credit market, for example, or something. What I can say is that we do want the ability to capture carbon as another one of those income streams for farmers. So we think that is very important to do that. And with that, about 6 months ago, I can't remember, we announced an investment of $300 million in what we call MRV, so monitoring, measuring, reporting, and validation. And so for us, what we think is really important, whether we have a national market or we have private markets for these, is that farmers that we have accuracy about what is the carbon that we are storing, making sure that farmers who are participating in those markets, that those credits are real and valuable, that they're getting value for them, that they are going to survive in that marketplace and so forth. So for us, we are looking into what are sort of standards around those markets, and then make sure that we get that information to farmers and others like yourself, so that if they participate in those markets, they're participating in the ones that have the proper validity associated with them, the proper reporting associated with them, and monitoring. So we'll know that they're getting something that's real, that we all know that we're getting the right we're getting something that will have impact on the globe, on the United States, and so forth. So that's what we're investing our time right now in doing that. And so that's what we're trying to do, is set up those criteria. And so as to hemp, I can't answer your question about hemp, but what I can probably say is, again, we are trying to get data around all of these so that and I think we had a request for information about this to get information, get data from others. So I can try to look into some of those if you want, give me your card afterwards, and I can try to answer the ones that I'm not able to answer.
So to kind of continue along that kind of the same line, one of the questions that I have for a number of my clients, which are tribes in Indian country, is there have been some recent changes with the Biden-Harris administration as to how investment tax credits, ITCs, and production tax credits, PTCs, are distributed to tribes, which was very meaningful for us because prior to that, for Indian country, we kind of had to go to the trade market in Wall Street and there in order to trade those credits. And unfortunately for Native American tribes, that meant that those credits would be valued to us considerably in that trade scheme. We now don't do that anymore. We actually are tribes can be compensated for investment tax credits and production tax credits directly. Is there a similar thing, hopefully, that we can have set up in the carbon credits and carbon sequestration? And is that something that we can maybe approach the administration about as it applies to India?
So again, I apologize, but I do not know the answer to your question. And for that, although I would wonder whether it's the administration or whether we have to go to Congress for some of that, because we are always limited by what authority Congress gives us, and so I don't know if we would have that flexibility to do what you're talking about without congressional action.
So kind of the same. We Senate really made things go back. This is not like Steve example. Here in California, when people start getting charged 10 cents if they didn't bring it back to the grocery store,
all of a sudden everyone has their own bag. It was just like that, 10 cents. So I'm just asking to bring back what we see. Thank you very much for this excellent presentation today. It was very thoughtful and I learned a lot. But I think that incentives can really make everybody in this room right now go faster. And because at the end users, the marketplace itself recognizes this move away from a motor-based economy toward renewable bio-based economy, moving really fast if those incentives are in place. And I know that we're not charged with that, the problem is the progression of that. You know, I'm just saying, I think you're hearing from the audience, these messages are really important.
Well, and I refer that, and so we do have, we have where we have the congressional authority, we are moving forward with incentives, and unfortunately, there aren't ones, I think, for many of the people in this room, but in the biofuels area, sustainable aviation fuel, we have a number of tax credits, but a big incentives that we are working with our colleagues at Department of Transportation and EPA to move through the pipeline so that there can be certainty around those industries. Similar clean energy tax credits and how do we use renewable natural gas and other kinds of biomass to produce clean energy. So that there are some tax credits, but I've heard that, for bio-based products and some sort of biochemicals, they aren't the same incentives. So we don't have the tool for that. And yet at the same time, those products are competing with, historical, traditional chemicals made from petroleum. And that is hard to compete at that financially and with economically with those existing infrastructures without some sort of incentive. So do we hear that?
We have a question online. Emily, could you read that question?
Yeah, Mark asks, currently in the 2024 Farm Bill debate, this companion provisions related to the bioeconomy in both the House bill and Senate framework creates new NACIS codes. Does USDA plan to advise/advocate Congress or Department of Commerce to help create an NACIS code for hemp?
So, thank you for the question. The federal government does not lobby Congress, so we would not advocate for any particular provision of the Farm Bill. That is, we are not required, we are not allowed to under law. So we provide technical assistance when asked by members of Congress or from committees in Congress. So they may ask us or may have already asked us about that particular provision and whether we think that's implementable, whether it would cost us additional funding. We provide technical assistance on those, but we don't advocate. And there's a separation between the executive branch and the legislative branch. Our job is to execute the laws that Congress passes, but we don't lobby what those laws should say. But our report on measuring the bioeconomy has recommended among us and other departments that the max codes be updated for the bioeconomy. I do not know if that report, the specifics of that, if it specifically has a specific code for hemp or not.
One of the things that New Zealand is sort of we had kind of a bag on our chest of our agricultural sector, and it's obviously got some dairy that we do produce at a global scale. But so we do have that ability to develop a lot of probably knowledge and IP in our country. But for many of those, I guess, ideas or inventions, they do need to go to bigger markets to actually scale. And one of the big problems in New Zealand is that there's sometimes that gap between funding when we develop something in the lab and just that funding gap to where it is essentially developed enough for big industry to want to take it. And there's that bit of a gap there. So looking at that final statement up there, like, are there any programs that really incentivize whether it's foreign IP or investment be coming into the US? So maybe it's invented overseas, but it can be grown here and made here in the US. The market is much bigger. Are you aware of any programs that can really help incentivize companies from New Zealand who want to, really incentivize them to bring their technology here, whether it be some funding grants?
I'm not aware, but we do understand that gap, and so a number of our rural development programs and others, for example, in the biomanufacturing space, we understand you know, people do proof of concept, but determining what independent demonstration units at scale to get the funding to then build the $300 or $400 million facility that's going to then produce it. And there is that problem there, and the bioeconomy executive role understands that, and sort of scale out problem and the need for better manufacturing factories. And we do have programs that the Department of Defense, like the Biden office that they're working on, public-private partnerships, and they are looking to build that capacity in those facilities that will be able to do that IPU independent demonstration unit test run to prove that. We can then scale it up and get the investment, and if some levels like our 2003 program will then provide a loan, and DOE is going to provide a loan to help build a facility to produce that pilot, but you already have to be past that IPU stage. And so we understand that sort of process of development, and then different departments and different programs that can do. USDA has lots of those programs in that middle thing that our colleagues at DOE or DOD might have. And I don't know if their programs need to are they're clearly domestic focused. I don't know. You know, the company, I mean, there are a lot of multinational companies that still operate in the United States and still get grants from the United States and loan benefits and all that, but they have to be out operating subsidiary in the United States to deal with them, if we might understand.
I think it's very easy for Australians to come over here and set up businesses. I think it's, I'm not sure what the reason is why, but it's essentially Australians can come over here. And I think it says that Australians set up a business here, but like New Zealanders can't, for example. So little things like that can even just make it logistically possible for New Zealand businesses to come here and not be citizens to be able to set up a business. Or being with some of the Aussies and New Zealand very much probably pretty similar in that regard. Aussies and New Zealand.
Great. We just really appreciate you being here. I think it's critical to see the context within the bigger picture when we start to look outward and how government agencies work. And we see there's an awful lot of open doors for the way industry and academics can interact. And when you think about how we coordinate, we also can see how it's very important to make the comparison and contrast. North America, New Zealand, you know, give you an idea of what I was, but this is going to hand it Greg to Greg. And Warren, any instructions for lunch?
Yes, we will be taking lunch, beginning now, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Lunch is going to be served right next door. And folks online, we will be taking a break, but we are going to reconvene at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So again, would invite you to join us back then and enjoy lunch. Again, help the door, keep alive. And we will see you back here as well.
welcome back, everyone. We are going to get started with our afternoon segment. And just to get you oriented to what we're going to be doing, we just heard from the U.S. federal government perspective, some background about goals and areas of focus. What we're doing this afternoon is we're learning about the industry and learning more about what the industry is doing so that we can then set the stage for tomorrow when we begin getting into asking questions and thinking about the challenges that we need to be thinking about. So this afternoon we'll be hearing in this next segment from the industry. We'll have a chance to hear a series of presentations, and then we'll have some Q&A, and then we'll do some reflection upon that. So this next segment is about 2 hours, and I would like to go ahead and we'll start with our first speaker here, Sergiy Kovelenkov.
You got it. You got it.
I did not get that, Sergiy. But we're very, very appreciative of you being here. Sergiy is going to talk about building materials. So again, we'll take about 10 minutes for these presentations, and then we'll have a chance for Q&A clarification. Okay? With that, I'll turn it over to you. You've got your clicker right there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is this working? Hello? Hello? Sorry for my Slavic accent. Yeah. I'll go straight to the topic, you know. They warned me already, I cannot talk more than 10 minutes, you know. Sometimes I give lectures for 5 hours, you have to understand on this topic, so I'll try to limit myself. My name is Sergiy Kovelenkov. I'm a hemp builder from Ukraine. We've been building hemp houses around the world for the last close to 15 years. And actually, funny enough, sorry New Zealand people, but I got introduced to this technology in Australia, like in 2010. But it changed my whole life, and I just want to share with you where the currently industry stands at in US. And yeah, let's go ahead and do I just change the slides like this? Yeah. Okay. We create a lot of trash, period. A lot of trash gets created specifically by construction industry. And one of the biggest problems right now, everyone's talking about carbon emissions and carbon agenda. Construction industry is responsible for around 40% of carbon emissions. But where do these 40% stand at? It's not the energy consumed by manufacturing materials, but it's actually energy to preserve comfortable living conditions. Right now, we're spending lots of energy to keep it cool because there are a lot of people in this room. So this is where the consumption comes. So first we build buildings out of energy and efficient materials, and then we spend more energy to keeping it cool and nice. So it's kind of bizarre, right? So the solution is, of course, carbon negative hemp insulation. It is an extremely energy efficient material. All the products that you see currently on the slides, they are already being manufactured. In the upper left corner, hemp fiber insulation. Upper right corner, hemp wood flooring boards. Gregg Wilson is here, the owner of the company that developed this wonderful product. Bottom left corner, replacement of styrofoam. It's a popcorn insulation, including bioplastic from hemp fiber, and of course, hemp lime blocks. So this is how the industrial hemp farm looks like. The material being harvested, then it's being readied for 3-4 weeks into the fields because of the high natural content of lignins in there. It's really hard to process the biomass, so it sits in the fields for 3 to 4 weeks. Then it gets baled up and get shipped into decortication facility where they split it into the fiber and the herds. It's important, I need to go over this so you guys understand. Not every one of you know this process, but right now, decortication facilities is the bottleneck of the entire hemp processing system and the market itself. You know, so right now it's all done mechanically, unfortunately. which requires, again, lots of energy. So this is the cross section of the hemp stem, and basically once it gets into the decortication facility, the idea is to separate the hemp herds from the fiber, right? So those are the two products that come out of the line. And the hemp herds is that what we use in hemp lime insulation technology. So those are the little particles of the woody core particles inside the center of the hemp stem. So the entire technology is obviously very simple, right? You take the hemp herds, you take the lime-based binder, and you take the water. So all ingredients are natural. It gets mixed up in a specially designed mixer. There are different types of mixers out there in the world. And within a minute or two, we have a biomass with which we can insulate any type of surface. So very interesting for us to do these projects in USA and Canada, especially New Zealand, Australia. Stick frame construction, timber frame construction is ideal for this type of materials. So basically, there are different ways you can apply this material. There is a spraying application where you have a big pump, a big compressor, keep pumping the mortar into the walls. Then there are load-bearing blocks where you can you set them up, but then of course, you know, there are different complications with the regulations, construction regulations. So for example, this is going to be a slower type of integration of this type of tech because of the, you know, building departments. They're different, you know, even within this country, you know, having building codes in Florida and building codes in Alaska, those are two different building codes, right? So there is non-load bearing blocks. This where things get interesting, where you have a timber frame and then you insulate your structure around your timber frame. There is prefabricated panels that currently exist. This is one of the companies out of Holland, Danagro, that's manufacturing such panels. So as you can see, things are moving in the right direction. And my favorite system and the easiest one to execute is a in situ cast. When you have all the ingredients on site, you set up temporary formwork, you compact the mortar in the layers of 4 to 6 inches, and then you remove the formwork right away. So there is no technological delay, and you move in upward, and you can execute this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Eventually, the beauty about this material is that it replaces drywall, OSB, rock wool insulation, all type of plastics and tarps and Tyvek and all that stuff. So what's happening here? Basically, you can build houses of different shape. They look really beautiful, and 0 people in this world can tell you that these houses are built from biomass that can be grown and harvested in the field next door. So that's easy and very important point to understand. These houses visually are no different. In fact, you can get very creative as an architect. This is a gold mine for an architect to get very creative in terms of design and shape of the building, because if you're doing it with a regular stick frame construction with a drywall and OSB, you would have a very high and expensive bill in order to execute this. Okay, I have comments popping up here on my screen. Trying to close them. It's not working, it's not clicking. Can you check, please? Anyways, I'm just gonna continue, yeah. So as you can see, there are dome-shaped houses, there are round houses. These are real houses where people live in, by the way, right? They look like us too, you know, don't worry. This is project in Maui. This is last year we executed this project in Maui. So of course things get over-designed because lack of understanding from the construction building department, you know, permitting is a big issue, but yet people that want to live in these houses, they push this through and these projects get executed. I don't know how things kind of got crammed up in PDF, I'm sorry, but as you can see, I'm just trying to go really, really fast. This project is the largest hemp structure built on the West Coast. This is in Oregon, in Ashland. It's a beautiful building that we had a pleasure participating in the construction of last year. As you can see, you know, things get very, very, things get lively here. I'm glad that things are kind of, you know, going in the right direction. There are on average 164 contractors that are related to the hemp installation and hemp construction right now in US. 25 decortication facilities, not nearly enough. I would say USA needs at least 10 decortication companies in every state. So that's like what, 500 decorticators to make it a big industry. You know, of course, one of the biggest achievements is that hemp lime is officially presented in the international residential codes right now. So architects can officially refer to this material when they design a house. This was the result of 5 years of work of US Hemp Building Association. And I'm glad that I was one of the founding members of this association. So in 5 years, this entity created this type of unprecedented conditions for the people that want to build and design houses out of bio-based materials like hemp. So companies started to receive grants. We see a lot of environmentally conscious investors, people that are not just there for the money, but understand the importance of these technologies. And of course, like Gregory mentioned, you know, works like Cornell University and hopefully Oregon State University, where it's essential, where every state, every territory, every country would develop its own genetics for this specific climate, for this specific soil, because you have to understand growing stuff in Panama and growing stuff in Alaska, those are two different varieties you need. So Cornell University, very smart professor is doing some amazing things there in New York, but I hope things will follow. So now I just briefly will touch base the problems, you know, the problems of the industry. And there are quite a few of them. Okay, first of all, lack of processors, right? So there is nearly not enough companies that process biomass. You know, lack of local genetics, right? Seeds being imported from Europe, from China, they should be developed here locally, so Oregon farmers would have an access to Oregon genetics. High energy consumption during the processing, right? So that's a big issue right now. So it's a mechanical process, requires lots of energy. Sometimes it goes up to like 1 megawatt hour in order to separate fiber from the herds, you know, because hemp is a very robust material. That's what creates a high prices for the final product, you know, so high prices for the herds, high prices for the fiber, obviously reflected in the high prices of the final product. Expensive logistics. We had to move stuff from Southern California to Northern California. It was like $2,500. It's ridiculous, you know, $3,000. So it's becoming very energy inefficient to move stuff around from one part of the state to the other. So that's why I'm telling you the importance of local supply chain. It's crucial. And I'll tell you, the only reason why we survived in Ukraine is that because we developed our formulation based out of 100% natural products and 100% Ukrainian products. Right now, during the COVID and during the war, we continue to operate and produce materials and build houses. We don't depend on import, and that's very, very important. No vertically integrated companies yet. That requires a lot of financial support. As you understand, you need to grow hemp, you need to source the seeds, you need to process it, and then you need to manufacture something. I know only a few companies out there in the world that is able to perform such a feat. Right now, it's very difficult, and as one person mentioned, the power is in collaboration. You know, there could be a group of different, it could be a co-op, right? It could be a co-op of different farmers that grow it, then there is a processor, and then there are local manufacturing companies. And that is a powerhouse for the local community. Money never leaves local economy. You create workforce, you develop natural, locally based products. It's a no-brainer. And then, of course, you sequester a lot of carbon. So no educational curriculum for professional and students, unfortunately. I would love to be part of development of such curriculums, and we've talked with John Simonson about it. It's huge. It's huge. It's huge. It's important for the professionals to understand the regulations, the technical capabilities of these materials, along with the students. You know, we will be kind of growing our own workforce for the future. Most processors sell herds for animal bedding. That's a huge issue right now. So there are companies out there that process hemp, but because they have higher margins selling animal bedding, construction industry gets, you know, a very high price for the construction grade herd. Insurance companies are reluctant to support because hemp lime, it's a novel material. So there is a big issue, how do you insure the house? Even though it performs, you know, in terms of energy efficiency better than a traditional stick frame construction with rock wool insulation. Building permits hard to obtain. It takes time and effort. We see a positive dynamics, you know, just because, you know, hemp lime right now made it to international residential code. Now it will become a much faster, easier process, but still people are struggling to understand the importance of using local bio-based materials. You know, it's easier for the building department to focus on, you know, something that's they've been doing for years, and when you bring them something new, they make these big eyes, and then, you know, they anyways, I'm not going to use any coarse language. So the same thing with the bank. You know, my entity is called Hempire. We have difficulty. What do you guys do? And I say we only build houses. Like right after that sentence, they asked me if we grow and touch the biomass. I said no flowers. You know, so there is this stigma that hemp means drugs, unfortunately, right? Standardization of novel products, that's a huge issue. We need to do a lot more research. Right now, the biggest problem in US and probably in New Zealand as well is that all the scientific data is transferred from Europe. And we need more data, we need more research done locally. You know, then it will be easily accepted by the building department, by the architects and the builders themselves, right? So building codes, of course, is a big issue here. You know, we were just talking with Gregg during lunchtime how his crops got destroyed by a tornado. You know, some states, they don't, you know, there's no tornadoes, but then there are wildfires. You know, there's no wildfires, then there are some wild insects and things like that, and on and on and on. That's why it's important to focus on the locally developed genetics. And what I wanted to tell you, okay, that's another problem. Yeah, advantages of hemp lime. There are plenty of guys over there. We're going to be here for the next couple of days, so I'll be able to kind of answer all these questions. But in a nutshell, it's an incredible material, performs incredibly well in different climates. Trust me, we've built houses in Ukraine, we've done it in Mexico, we've done it in Hawaii, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. I'm glad to see people in New Zealand doing such things. For me, it's the best insulation material in the world. I speak with you about this subject on behalf of, you know, being a civil engineer. And I've seen how it performs. If you take all the parameters that we have, you know, specific heat capacity, not just the R value, specific heat capacity, thermal mass, vapor permeability, ability to protect against fire, mold, insects, rodents, this is the best, you know. And all it takes us is to kind of push it forward together. We need a lot of people. We need a lot of understanding from the government officials. We need a lot of understanding from the farmers. We need to educate architects. We need to educate builders. We need to educate our children. We've done workshops with children. You know, if you don't believe me, we've done it already. We've done it in Ukraine. We've done it in US. Kids 7, 8 years old learn how to do it within one day. This is amazing, okay? Well, thank you very much. I'll take on the questions.
So we could start with one of the online
Well, 164, those are the overall number of all the builders and architects that are involved in the hemp installation space in US. I would like to make a comment about the hemp block. So there is a Canadian company, Just Biofiber, developed an amazing product. It's a load-bearing block. One of them you can see outside there. Unfortunately, for the company, the timing and the market is wrong. You know, it's widely acceptable to use blocks in Europe, but this market is stick frame construction. If you want to integrate a novel material, you will have extreme difficulties, and I know what I'm talking about, you know, because I've worked in US for many years now. It is extremely difficult to convince the architects, even if the owners of the house want to use this material, try pushing it through the building department. A load-bearing block made out of cannabis, you know, it's an industrial hemp plant, but it's still cannabis, right? And you could imagine, you know, how widely their eyes will open when you tell them about that, you know. What is the premium? Well, what we do right now is we organize workshops where we bring in people, they pay to learn, we teach them, and then the client saves on labor severely. The premium is regulation of humidity and energy efficiency. And, you know, the fact that it doesn't set on fire. I mean, last year, Maui had a major fires where 300 houses burned down. A lot of people died. If those houses would be built out of hemp, we would have had all these people saved right now, today. So when we build houses, you have to understand, when we design and build houses, regulations are important, but human lives and human health is very, very freaking important. I'm sorry. You know, we're building houses for our children, you know, and for ourselves to recover it. That's very important. So I'm not gonna touch the health aspect, but I mean, energy efficiency, it's pretty important, you know, for our pocket. You know, if you tell the client that you can save, you know, 30–40% on your heating and cooling bill, I mean, that's pretty important, I think, right? So if you talk about the, you know, humidity regulation, the comforting conditions, that's pretty important. You know, fire, mold resistance. You have no idea what goes behind the drywall sometimes. You have no idea. I speak as a builder. Yeah. It's very hard. It will differ severely in Maui, and for example, when you're located close to the source of the hemp herds. You know, that's a very good question, and but the prices are different. I'm telling you, the prices are severely different. It depends on it depends what you build, how you build, how big it is. Every project is different. There is more or less, but I can tell you that with the setup where we organize the workshops and we educate people, we reduce the labor cost. You know, it's very price competitive. I'll tell you right now, because you're replacing 3 or 4 materials with one single material. Don't forget that.
Thanks for sharing all these great highlights. What are the disadvantages or some failures you see?
Okay, good question. Thank you. Thank you. The question is, what are the disadvantages of this system, this material, and failures? Well, one of the biggest disadvantages is that you cannot do it when you have temperature dropping lower than plus 5 degrees Celsius. Plus 5 Celsius is like 40 Fahrenheit, yeah, more or less? I'm not sure. Yeah. So it's a wet process, right? When you mix in things with water, you don't want water to freeze, then it doesn't get into reaction with lime. It's very simple, you know. So there are limitations. I wouldn't say it's a failure, but there are limitations on using this material. But I can tell you that we mixed stuff in Switzerland when it was minus 10 degrees Celsius. So we when it was like even below the freezing point, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah, so the traditional stick frame construction, we don't have to change anything. You know, like people, the biggest problem in this country is that people think that when you build a house, you need to use OSB panels. You know, it's not true. Your ancestors used to use diagonal bracing before OSB even showed up on the market, and those houses are still standing up. Diagonal bracing is just basically a timber elements that connect in the corners together so the building doesn't, you know, sway. And that's basically a shear stress factor. Hemp lime is excellent working like this. Unfortunately, we are lacking research showing that hemp lime produces enough shear strength to support the structure itself without even diagonal bracing. And thank you, Gina, for participating. Yeah, some of you people already know me. And I'm happy that there are some people already, that we're working together, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I don't see any other failure. The biggest failure with hemp lime is not using hemp lime. I'll tell you that right now.
Sergiy, we are going to let you go. Thank you. A round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
There will be more opportunity for Q&A and questions. But again, we hope that this gives you some opportunity to learn a little bit more about building materials. And I would like to, I'd like to call up Phil Harding to come and talk about paper and packaging. So Phil, come on up. We'll get you.
Do I have to use the microphone?
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Oh, great. Great. Hi, everybody. So I've been given permission to move around. I don't know many of you. I got the after lunch slot. Everyone join me for just 10 minutes. All right, I know it's tough. I will provide cookies if you're still awake in 10 minutes. I'll get back to you on that. So I'll introduce myself, Phil Harding. So I'm a guy that knows a little bit about a lot of stuff. I've been in a few places, was a faculty member here. I've worked in, the reason I'm here specifically is because of my experience in alternative fiber. And what I mean by that are agricultural residues and purpose-grown alternative fibers. And so hemp, of course, has the potential to be one of those in North America. So I recently, my career, very short version is I think I'm the only person in North America that's been involved in alternative fiber production, conversion of paper, and commercialization. And I won't go into the details of that, but I recently left Amazon. I was principal scientist in packaging there, and now I'm an individual consultant. It's great to be here. I know a few of you from, so let me get right to it. So I know I've got 10 minutes. The arrow down button doesn't work. That works.
I think we would like to keep you close to the microphone.
Oh, okay.
So the folks online can hear you.
Okay, great. And then maybe check the folks online. If we could suppress the comments, that would be great as well, the notifications. Great, thank you. So I think this is what we're doing, right? So glass half full, it's like, what opportunities do we have? How can we enable hemp in paper and packaging materials, right? So 4 slides, 10 minutes. Paper Science 101. So when I looked at the attendee list, I gathered that we don't have a lot of paper experts and paper making experts. So I hope it's okay. I'm just going to spend time explaining what that means, all right? I'm not going to talk about pulping, and then fiber and paper supply chain, my sense of what that looks like, and then talk about barriers leading into discussions about opportunities later. Hope that sounds good to everyone. So if you look at a piece of paper under a microscope, you see something like here in the upper left-hand corner. You see all these fibers laying down together. I'm going to talk about how that's made very briefly. But what's salient to this crowd is this graph I borrowed from Dr. Richard Venditti at NC State and added some stuff to it. Basically, what I want to make sure that people understand here, softwoods, things like here, Douglas fir, southern pine in the southeast North America. Forgive me to I asked my New Zealand colleagues to forgive me. I don't know what species are in New Zealand, but softwoods are long fibers, and that's kind of critical for a lot of paper making applications. Hardwoods are shorter. Alternative fibers typically are shorter. Things like wheat and bagasse, not shown here. Bamboo, exotic to North America, so we can't really count on it, but it's a pretty good paper making fiber, but it's purpose grown. And so that's kind of the big picture. Hemp has the opportunity to displace softwood. It's a big deal, okay? Big deal for protecting ancient indigenous forests, a number of things. So big deal there. So that the takeaways here are rats. Sergiy, what's the trick? Arrow down, doesn't work. All right, there we go. Okay, takeaways. Softwood fiber long, hardwood short. Wheat and bagasse are short and narrow. They're not particularly strong fibers when you look at that network. Recycled fibers are shorter, and they're generally getting shorter for two reasons. One, they go through the recycle, they get shorter. Second is we're doing a great job in developing countries of commingled recycling what's called mixed waste paper, which is all the nasty stuff that gets thrown in. And some companies are investing a lot of capital to recycle those. All right, hemp fiber is long, strong, and really has that potential to replace softwood. So a lot of exciting potential. So let's talk about how paper is made. Anyone ever, raise your hand if you've seen a paper machine. Oh, great. Oh, good, over half the people. So generally in paper making, you have a big slurry of paper, of water with fiber in it. I can point with this. Let's see. There we go. All right, so I'm going to inject this onto what's called a Fournier wire. Then I'm going to squeeze a bunch of water out. Then I'm going to dry it. Then I'm going to roll it up into these rolls that are 5 to 40 tons. 5 to 40 short tons about every 30 minutes. All right, so these paper machines are enormous things, right? High volumes, operate 24/7, 350 days a year. So where does fiber matter? The kind of fiber. How do we talk paper makers into being interested? And I just met Matthew from Hemp Press, and he's intimately familiar with these things. But if you have fibers that are too long, if our hemp fibers that we get from pulping eventually are too long, they're gonna it's gonna be like spaghetti. It's gonna get all tangled up when we try to suck the water out. So that can be a problem. If the fibers are too short, the water won't drain out. Water draining is the most, building off Sergiy's language, the most energy efficient and cost efficient way to remove water. The next step is squeezing water out. So right here in what's called the press section, we're going to squeeze water out between nips, what's called nips between rolls. And if fibers are too short, the water won't come out easily, right? So imagine squeezing water out of sand compared to squeezing water out of a bunch of tennis balls, right? It just comes flowing out. So then we're gonna dry it, and porosity and drying. So how readily when we dry this, it takes a lot of energy to dry it. So how easy does that water come out? And then we're gonna roll it up. We want that paper sheet to be strong enough with what's called tensile strength, so you can roll it up. And you don't have paper makers cursing you and saying, wow, this is a hassle to work with, so I'm going to charge more for the paper. So that's paper making 101. So raise your hand if you feel like you deserve a master's degree in paper science. Okay, that's enough. I'll take that. So now let's talk about the supply chain. I believe this is why we're here, right? Talking about the supply chain. So I've learned the hard way about the supply chain. So I've been an advocate now for 5 years of alternative fiber and paper. And I'm really excited about applying those lessons and converting them into opportunities. But let's not make any mistake. This is a complicated supply chain. So if we look, we got hemp stocks. And I also want to say, I'm not a hemp expert. Okay, so make no mistake. I'm not a hemp expert. But I've toyed with it, working with people like Matthew, and I know a little bit. And I think I know where our challenges are. So first of all, you got to get the biomass. You got to get it from farmers, right? So Sergiy talked about decortication, but you got to get it together. You got to have a broker that's going to move it. You got to figure out how much you can get on a truck and make it cost effective to ship it. Then you got to get it to a pulp mill. Now, is there a pulp mill that exists in North America? No. This is a huge technology challenge. Sergiy, I keep using his name, but he also talked about centralization and making this cost effective. Okay, then if you can make the pulp, you've got to have a pulp merchant who's going to sell it. You want that group to be interested. They're going to sell it to a paper mill. They're going to make paper out of it. Then you got paper that might go through a merchant. And then you got to get it to a converter to make paper bags or envelopes or whatever it might be. And they're going to sell it to, say, UPS. And UPS is going to have an alternative fiber or ultra strong package or something like that. And then it gets to to your doorstep or whatever it might be. So that's complicated supply chain. Like from my experience, and you ask yourself, I'm borrowing electrical engineering analogy here with the size of resistors. You ask yourself where the resistance to adoption is, and I've got big resistors at paper mills. Paper mills, again, running 24/7, making money, making the same grades they've been making, right? And then I'm going to come in and say, hey, I've got a whole new fiber. It's so exciting. They're going to say, no thanks. Let me know when other people are doing it and have worked out all the problems, right? Another example of you might look at that and say, Phil, why would a pulp merchant not be excited to sell hemp pulp? And the reason is that pulp merchant can call someone and say, hey, Janet, it was great playing golf with you last week. Do you want 10,000 tons of northern bleached softwood kraft? Sure, yeah, that sounds good. Hook me up for the next 6 months, right? Where I call and say, hey, do you want 10 tons of hemp? They're going to be like, well, can I have it for free so I can try it on the paper machine? So pulp merchants, not excited. I've lived this, and I can't tell you more, but I've lived it. So we want to recognize we've got these supply chain challenges, and we want to convert them to opportunities. Because I'm a glass half full guy, but we got to go in eyes wide open. So last slide here. So barriers and then corresponding opportunities that we're going to talk about and develop together tomorrow, because I do see a lot. Okay, again, a neophyte in hemp. So variation in hemp strains and requiring, different handling and stuff. Do stocks look different? Do they change year to year depending on, I don't know, CBD pricing? Do you redesign it and the seeds and everything? So, when you talk about pulping and getting ready to go to a pulping process, that is a factor, right? Because trees are always the same. Like sustainably grown forest, recycled, 35-year-old tree looks the same. Everyone knows how to handle it. Difficulty in bulk material consolidation for shipping. How much can I fit on a truck that's got a capacity for 25 tons? It costs me $150 an hour to run a semi and haul. And if I'm hauling hemp stalks that I can only fit 7 tons on there because it's so bulky, and then that truck's got to drive back empty, they're still getting paid $150 an hour. So we got to figure out, again, building off Sergiy's model of like, how can we do this in situ, get it consolidated and get that. And what a great technology opportunity. We'll wait for tomorrow. Optimism tomorrow. But I want to get these challenges out front and center. So decortication of the stock. So we talked about that already. I think you guys know a lot more than I do about that. Fiber length control. Talked about fiber length. It can't vary, right? So if we have pulp that's going to a paper maker, it can't be, hey, this batch is 2.2 millimeters on average. Last was 3.1. Can you deal with it? The answer is no, we're not running this. Tighter fiber distributions. For what I've seen in hemp, it's like the technologies that we are using for hemp pulping result in a pretty broad distribution in fiber length. Hey, Skip, good to see you. Pretty broad distribution in fiber length. And so this is an important deal. We want to tighten that distribution and work on that. Again, it's an opportunity waiting to be taken advantage of. We're going to need multiple suppliers. You can't go to a company and say, hey, I'm going to make this for you, and I'm going to be the only supplier in North America. So all the sustainability people will be all excited, the engineers will be all excited, and then, wait for it, procurement walks in the room. And they say, oh, this is really cool. What are the 6 different companies I can buy it from? Well, there's only Jim in North Dakota, and they're going to say, nice to meet you, Jim. See you later. I got another meeting. So been there, done that. We need to engender partnership in a way that allows us to go and say we're going to have not sole sourcing. And then finally, identifying the paper and packaging grades where hemp plays best. So that might be for sustainability reasons, displacing softwood. It might be for strength, because long term, those hemp fibers, we get this pulping problem figured out. 5 years from now, it's like there's some really cool stuff. And also, how can it play well with other alternative fibers? Like a tissue grade that's 20% hemp and 80% wheat. Sign me up, right? Getting Americans used to unbleached versions, things like that. Really, a lot of cool stuff. But we're going to save the optimism for, I think, later. But with that, I'll stop. I have some backup slides if you guys have questions, including a picture of me in front of a paper machine running a wheat straw paper grade. So with that, I'll stop. Thanks for staying awake. Cookies on the way. So, but I would guess that if you look at the technical specs for those grades, that it would be the best fit for that fiber type. And there's a reason to believe that there would be cost competitiveness as well. I didn't even mention that yet. That would be my speculation. Yeah.
So, speaking as a person who doesn't know a lot about this particular industry, but one of the problems that we've had with Indian country is there was a lot of pulp mills that were put near where Indian country is at. And you have the chemical processes that go into making the pulp from softwoods and stuff. There's a lot of chemicals that are used in that process. It's been said that the hemp pulp is less of a chemical process to make than the chemical process to make that pulp from softwoods. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, you betcha. So the chemistries used in conventional craft pulping are sodium hydroxide or caustic, like Drano, and then sodium sulfide, and in bleaching, oxygen delignification, and maybe some chlorine dioxide, depending on brightness. And so certainly there's a history of environmental challenges. It's difficult to answer the question about how does hemp compare, because we don't have a comparator yet. We've got a variety of different pulping approaches being used, everything from mechanical, steam, adding soda, caustic, and then some other food juices, and trying it that give you different successes. We'll have different environmental footprints. Generally, my answer is that it will be more environmentally friendly once we get there. Matthew.
Do you think it's a mistake early on here to try to reinvent the wheel as far as pulping goes while trying to scale and commercialize hemp papers?
So the question is, do I think it's getting over our skis a little bit to reinvent pulping while also looking at commercializing paper?
There's a lot of interest in that sustainability aspect on both ends, and
Yeah.
so we're trying to develop novel types of mechanical pulping and so on and so forth to reduce the chemistry to be winning across the whole landscape here. But it seems like trying to reinvent all wheels all at once, and it's just a little bit.
Yeah. So I agree. We need to crack the nut on pulping and get the cost down, right? Any large plant you're going to be looking, what are my fixed and variable costs to be able to compete? And then to your point, is we don't want to reinvent paper making at all. And we want to look at small specialty machines, developing those partnerships, get that market acceptance, and in parallel, partner with large CPGs looking out into the future and make sure we don't get too far ahead and overpromise. Skip.
Yeah, just a quick question. I know you already dealt in this area, Phil. Is there any chance of, like, we're losing a lot of paper mills, right, in the Pacific Northwest in particular. If you want to run a hemp mill, for instance, is it possible to drop it into an existing mill, like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or something like that? Or I think you were just touching on the fact that you need to, like, make some new mills with new sizes or something. Is there a drop-in possibility?
Yeah, no, so the question is, can we reutilize existing sites of mills that are on their way out or are out? And that's a great question. The answer is absolutely yes. So first of all, let's say I have a site that's been empty for 10 years. I can go there, and it's got rail, it's got truck, it's got utilities, it's got maybe an economy that could use some jobs because the mill went out, right? So, right, and then Skip's point about, hey, what if it's kind of on the way out, right? Like, for example, I've worked a little bit with newsprint mills, all right? So I've been a couple of those, trying to help them cobble together scenarios. But on the other hand, Skip, there's massive capital that will still be required because the pulping technology will be a different scale, and it'll be different also. So we got to reinvent there. But yeah, absolutely, we should be able to leverage those existing industrial sites.
Maybe one more?
Oh, well, okay, go ahead. Nothing is made in the, sorry. The question is, what is the current state in North America? Anywhere. So of alternative fiber tissue paper, toilet paper. So it is in copious quantities in places not called North America. All right. And so we've got great progress there in Europe and in India and in China. Different fiber baskets, different, bases, but great proof of concept. North Americans and Americans in particular are extremely fussy about their toilet paper. I love my country, but that doesn't make me proud because it really does limit market penetration. So that's all right.
Would cardboard be an easier thing than paper? Would that be a good entry level to be able to build that industry up?
So the question is, would cardboard or corrugated medium be a good entry possibility? And the answer is absolutely yes. They're used to working with recycled fiber and a variety of fiber types and qualities. It is, however, a very low margin industry. So you've got to find someone who's going to understand, first of all. Let's say I can make hemp for only twice as much as tree-based fiber in the early years, right? They need to understand that, hey, the rolled up cost is not twice as much. Meaning that if my raw material costs twice as much, once I do the paper making and the shipping and the converting to cardboard box, it might only be 15% more, but that's lost on people. So the industry intel, they'll come out, oh, it costs twice as much. Well, not the cardboard box, the raw material, right? So if your paint on your car costs twice as much, it doesn't mean the car costs twice as much. So, see, was that defensive and negative? So great question though, and yes, that would be a great entry point.
So with that, we'll close this segment. Phil, thank you very
All
much.
right, you bet.
Okay, we're going to shift to activated carbon. Ajit Sarmah is going to come on up and we'll get you loaded up here. And again, I want to encourage the folks that are online, please feel free to submit questions and we'll make sure we get that. And we'll do our very best to repeat questions from the audience. So with that, over to you.
Thank you very much. All right, thanks very much. Before I proceed further, first of all, I'd like to convey my thanks to Richard. I got an email one day from Karnika. Initially, I was not going to come here. It was about, I think, 2-3 months back because I was traveling somewhere else. Then things changed. So I told Karnika that, I'll be coming. That's fine. So thank you so much. And also thank you to Jaffe, organizing this conference. So New Zealand Product Accelerator, New Zealand Hemp Industry Association, and Oregon State University. So what I'm going to do here, I come from an academic background. So I'm a professor in civil and environmental engineering at the University of Auckland. So I'm kind of going to wear that, activated carbon industry hat, but I don't think even if I can get there at 5%. So I'm coming from a different perspective here. You all know what is activated carbon. I don't have to tell anyone because even if you go and talk to someone without any technical knowledge about, carbon or activated carbon, the person would say, yes, I know activated carbon, use it for filtration, water purification, etc. So let me just go next slide. How'd it go? All right. So I'm with the University of Auckland. So my interest in activated carbon actually comes from my involvement, valorization of biomass into value-added product. One of the products is that biochar. Some of you probably have heard about it. Now, charcoal and activated carbon, more or less similar. Only thing is charcoal, when you activate it physically or chemically, you get the activated carbon. So ultimate aim for activated carbon is to make the carbon material highly porous, okay, and high surface area. So you can use it for different applications. So this is just a short overview, activated carbon sector overview, if you like. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can convert hemp hurd into activated carbon and whether there is a potential, if so, how to get into the market, which is already congested. There's so many big players on activated carbon in the world, about 20 big players, many of them in America, Europe, and other countries. So activated carbon, basically, this is just a small diagram to show you the different pore sizes, macropore, then you've got the mesopore and the micropores in terms of reduction in sizes. lower the sizes, better it is. Sometimes size of the particle in the activated carbon also plays a big role in the overall scheme of things. So you can see, you can apply activated carbon for different applications. I don't need to go through all those, different applications. What are the major market drivers actually for activated carbon? One of the big drivers for activated carbon is we need clean, safe water supplies, right? Everybody knows that worldwide. So also other thing is, activated carbon has been used in medical industries, food and beverage business. We talk about the sustainability. And so these are some of the top drivers for activated carbon. Now this is some of the slides here, plots that you see here. This is activated carbon market. That is by end use. This is from 2022 data. Most of the data are already available on the internet. So here, if you look at key areas of application, water treatment, if you look at here, quite significant. Then we have food and beverage processing, pharmaceutical and medical industry, automotive. You have air purification, gaseous phase. Also, when you talk about liquid phase, you're talking about water purification. And this side, here you see here, this is the global activated carbon market. This is by size from the period of 2022 to 2032. That's about 10 years down the track. So you can see a very steady but slow increase. If you look at the compound annual growth rate, it's quite high, which I'm going to show you in the next slide. And this is, if you go to internet and try and find out the market analysis reports, there's a big disparity between the market analysis reports. Not everybody gives you the same time period, and they do in a different way. Market business analysis reports data show that. And this is another activated carbon market here. So if you look at here, 2022 to up to 2032, and here it is 2018 to up to 2032. So if you look at here, the market share in US dollar is about nearly $13 billion. Yeah, that's significant. Now, if you look at the global activated carbon market, reason-wise, this is a reason-wise analysis. Asia Pacific region actually expected to hold the largest share of market. China produces a hell of a lot of activated carbon, and they export quite a lot of stuff to Europe. North America is expected to grow significantly. I mean, this is going to be the fastest during the focus period. Now, if you look at here, the market revenue here, so compound annual growth rate of about 11.2%. That's the focus period between 2023 to 2031. And by 2022, just a couple of years back, it was about US $7.3 billion. So the market is quite big. And another market report that tells you that market growth projection rate, compound annual growth rate is slightly less than here, now significantly less, I would say, and that is 4.2%. And the focus market size was about US $6 billion. That is up until 2032. So you see there are a lot of disparity between the market analysis reports. But overall, if you look at globally, the activation market, carbon market is huge. And this is the one regional analysis. Okay, let me talk a little bit about hemp. I have not worked with hemp. I have a little bit of knowledge about hemp. But when there is a market which is already congested, very well-established industry, how can actually hemp activated carbon can get into that market? That's a big challenge. We don't know yet, but there's potential for that. So, hemp stock can be, decorticated, then you get the hemp herd, and you can do mill herd this one, and then you do different processes that you use. Activation can be done physically or chemically by using alkali or acid. You can use potassium hydroxide, sodium hydroxide, potassium carbonate, zinc chloride, gasification, etc. At the end of the day, what you're trying to achieve a lot of pores inside, okay? You want to have maximum number of pores so that the surface area is very, very high. So also activated carbon contains quite a lot of functional groups, which also help them to achieve its goal, whatever the application you're going to use it for. Now, application could be hemp batteries. I know a lot of people already know, I think in Texas, that company is trying to use, activated carbon from, hemp, and then use it in lithium sulfur batteries. It can be used in supercapacitors. We have done some work on activated carbon produced from pine sawdust back in New Zealand, and I have a little project with one of my colleagues from Italy. We are trying to use that activated carbon produced from pine sawdust as a filler for asphalt. It's like a binder for bioasphalt. So we are doing a small project on that, but there is a potential. Perhaps activated carbon produced from hemp could be also used for bioasphalt. We don't know yet. Because by doing that, what you're trying to do, you're trying to minimize the use of bitumen, which is petroleum products, right? That's not good. Huge carbon footprint. New Zealand imports quite a lot of bitumen from overseas countries as well. So if we could grow hemp in New Zealand, and we know we are growing actually a lot of hemp, and then if you're going to get hemp activated carbon produced in New Zealand, and if you can use that particular material as a binder for asphalt, that will actually serve quite a lot of purpose. Low carbon concrete, of course, you can use as a filler or as an admixture, activated carbon that is produced from hemp. And also, of course, you can use activated carbon as an adsorbent for remediation of contaminated water or wastewater. So these are some of the applications, potential applications. I think there are few examples of literature. If you go and try and find out, look for a use of hemp activated carbon for environmental remediation or use in batteries, etc. There are few, not a great deal of work done. So why hemp batteries? Because it's sustainable. Of course, lightweight. It will perform better, recyclable, scalable, and perhaps it is much, much safer than other alternatives. So basically, herd and bind, sometimes the fiber also could be used to produce hemp carbon, but ideally you want to use only the hemp herd that you can mill. And also there's a technology called ball milling. We often use it in the lab scale. By using ball milling, you can reduce the size of the particles. So if you reduce the size of the particles, often what happens, the oxygen content can be high, and sometimes that is good for to have the electrical conductive properties of the material. And also sometimes surface area can be increased. But whether it is scalable or not, I'm not quite sure how big ball mill you might require. So once you get the activated carbon, so activated carbon can be used for different purposes, as I said. BAMP Research in Texas, they're already going to produce a lithium-ion battery alternative by 2026. They said it's going to be a game changer. They said that boron they can easily use. It is boron for carbide. Boron, I know California has got the largest boron mine in the world, and they also have very good link with other companies, industry that produce hemp. So they are going to use this lithium sulfur battery technology. They said that application could be in electric airplanes or electric truck. So there's potentially a lot of things you could do, but whether you could achieve that or not, that's a different matter altogether. So with that, I'd like to just briefly show, this is a kind of roadmap. I've just got this from internet, and this is, I just made myself, I just took this. It's not working here, okay? So these are some of the things I think you must have seen in the morning. Gregory Jaffe, he introduced about, where is it gone? These 6 bullet points here, plant breeding, genetics, best practice for production. How can you have that product manufacturing, bio-based product manufacturing? There needs to be a transparency and consistency, and the technology transfer is another important attributes. And then, of course, you have to have that capacity building and the trade. And eventually, I think it's a collaboration between public as well as private entities so that you can develop a consortium. So this is the roadmap, as I can see. So that at the core, central here, business strategy, research and development, if you like, and then market access. At the center, that's the core. And from there, you have, first of all, land availability. Then you got the cultivation. And after that, you do the processing. And you have the product development, manufacturing of the activated carbon, different ways you can produce activated carbon. And at the end, once you produce that material, how do you actually have the market access? Sales and marketing is another important factor. Then eventually, once you have transport and distribution. So this is a simple roadmaps for industrial hemp activated carbon. But is it possible? This is just a concept. Is it possible? Yes, it could be possible. We don't know yet, because not a lot of people have done work on hemp activated carbon and its application in diverse areas. So I'm going to end my last slides with some philosophical questions. This is my own personal perspective. If we have to go developing activated carbon from hemp, okay, now if there is a particular industry which is already well established, there are a lot of about 20, 25 top players in the market is totally congested. It's really doing in global market. But would hemp-derived activated carbon be a resilient bio-based system? Any bio-based systems need to be resilient enough. And how do you actually measure resilience? It's very difficult. There are 4 different attributes, I call it diversity, efficiency, cohesion, and adaptability. These are the simple 4 characteristics of resilience of any bio-based systems. So if we have the hemp activated carbon available with us, would that hemp activated carbon bio-based system would thrive under different diversity or changes if there is a market volatility? Okay, so the supply chain runs out, then what do you do? People talked about biofuel for donkey's years now. We don't have biofuel at the pump. Because one of the reasons why we don't have, people never took into account the resilience perspective of biofuel production. Corn, the collapse of the ethanol, corn, that's after that, people started talking about, oh, there's a big problem of that. With hemp-derived activated carbon, before you even start to begin to do something, we need to ask ourselves, is this particular system, bio-based system, going to be resilient enough? What if we cannot grow hemp anymore? Some diseases come across, something happens, plant diseases, then what do you do? Like what we never expected, COVID, right? So we had COVID, the pandemic, anything could happen. So what are the other research and development needs that are required so that we can produce or develop superior activated carbon to the one which is already existed in the market? So with those questions, I end my talk, because as I said, I'm an academic, I'm trying to give you a presentation on activated carbon at the request of Richard and Kronika. So I thought, because I do work with a lot of times, I have developed biochar from different biomass, and we activate the biochar to make it activated biochar, activated carbon, and we use it for different applications. Perhaps it is possible also that hemp could be one of the biomass which can be converted into activated carbon, and it could find application in diverse areas. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So we have time for some questions for clarification. Open it up. Yes.
And thank you for the talk. Could you provide maybe or discuss key performance metrics for some of the markets that you alluded to and where you think hemp might be able to play?
Yeah, it's a.
If you could speak to performance metrics, please, to some of the key markets that you listed where hemp might play.
Yeah, that's a million-dollar question. As I said, the activated carbon market is really congested. If you look at the global players, you're talking about 20, 25 global market players. Their turnover millions of dollars annual. I don't quite know where would hemp industry actually fit in. It's very difficult unless you have some data or something. I'm not quite sure whether obviously in New Zealand we haven't done anything with activated carbon produced from hemp. In the United States, I haven't come across anything. If I may be proved wrong, I don't know. In literature, there's absolutely nothing. They have done research in the lab, little bit, published few papers. That's about it. I don't know where. I mean, in coming back to your questions, you're talking about the indicators or the, so it's probably in terms of the supply, because for activated carbon, mainly activated carbon is produced from coconut husk, coconut shell, and coconut, in terms of coconut shell biomass, Indonesia stats at #1 right now. As of last year, they produce about 17.9 million metric tons, followed by Philippines and India and a lot of South Asian countries, also in Brazil and Mexico. In terms of activated carbon, global activated carbon right now, what people are doing, the industries are doing, they are taking activated carbon biomass in the form of coal, bituminous coal, subbituminous peat, etc. So hemp, if we have to think about growing hemp for to produce activated carbon using hemp as biomass, because you're not producing hemp or you're not planting hemp plants so that you can get the hemp hard. You have to also use the fiber. So that's a win-win scenario. I would think that otherwise, I don't see any other ways that you can actually get hemp, grow your hemp, and then have the hemp biomass as the, or the feedstock for activated carbon. So I don't know if I have answered your questions, but I think the question that you put up is very difficult. I don't know without any research or without any industry people doing any work on that. Yeah, that's in 2018 and 19. Yeah, that only. Pardon?
If you don't mind repeating the question for online.
So, in one of the slides, I can just go back. I don't know how you go back to this. I can show you here. This one? Oh, yeah. So the 2018 and 2019, yeah, this is, as I said, if you go to internet and try and find out the market analysis report on global activated carbon, size-wise, application-wise, end-wise, etc. This is given by markets, and I'm not quite sure what happened in 2018. Maybe they did not have enough data. No idea. I have taken it from internet only. These are available in internet. If you go and try and find out market analysis report from 10 different, companies, they will all have different values. I was just talking to Richard before coming here, and then it's simply difficult. I don't know how they do their projection, the number of years they take into account. All those things could play a factor. But this particularly sounds, odd here. But as you can see, irrespective of that, those first 2 years, there is a steady increase. It hasn't decreased, but it's only going up. So that market, then you know that activated carbon market is already quite established. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so what this gentleman is asking is that because hemp has got a lot of silica in it, so that could actually play a big role in terms of developing. You're talking about concrete or something? Yeah, I know. We have done a lot of work with rice husk. Rice has got a lot of silica fume in it, and we have seen when we produce activated carbon from rice husk, and when we partially replace the sand and also cement, and then we try to look at the mechanical properties, durability, workability, flammability, it did give us very good result. Silica fume plays an extremely important role. And yes, I agree with you that content of the silica, if it is quite a lot in hemp hurd, that could play a vital role. Yeah, I think, what the question is about, variability you're talking about in biomass, right? Feedstock. So activated carbon, as I said, you can prepare activated carbon from different types of biomass, and variability of biomass would actually give you different types of carbon quality. And also it depends what temperature you produce. Normally what happens, charcoal that we prepare in the absence of oxygen, pyrolysis technology, we put the biomass inside the cylinder, we heat at about 500 degrees Celsius, and you get a solid product that's a charcoal. That's not activated carbon. That charcoal, you need to activate it by physically heating it, or chemically by using alkali or acid. So that your central idea is to make that carbon material highly porous, amorphous, okay? There's no degree of crystallinity involved in that, unlike the diamond or graphite. So depending on the type of biomass, you can have different qualities of activated carbon. And of course, how hemp activated carbon is going to come out, I don't know unless you do it, and unless you do it under different conditions.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
So we'll have our fourth industry perspective here. Gregg Baumbaugh is going to come on up and talk about plastics and biocomposites. All right, there you go. All right, I'm going to do my darndest to keep this within 10 minutes because we've gone like an hour and a half now. I'm sure all you have to go to the bathroom and are tired, so I'm not going to make you stand up and dance or anything. So, but anyway, yeah, Gregg Baumbaugh, my company, let's see if I get this right, is FlexForm Technologies. We've been in business since 1999. I've been the CEO since 2003. We produce using natural fiber and then binders such as polypropylene, primarily in the automotive industry. We make substrate materials, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do, how we do it, and we've been using natural fibers. And here's all the natural fibers that we primarily use: Kanaf, Tosa, Meshta, Jute. It's all part of the bass family. We use some flax and then hemp. So, we import 90% of our jute out of Bangladesh. And given the political turmoil that's going on there, given where it is in, it's halfway around the world, 25,000 miles for it to get from Bangladesh to Elkhart, Indiana, where our plant is. And I go to bed at night worrying that, I'm one tsunami away from my whole supply chain getting wiped out. So, to have hemp as a substitute for this material would be a fantastic opportunity for our company. We use roughly 60,000 pounds a week of natural fiber. And like I said, most of it comes from Bangladesh, which, so far the supply chain has worked pretty well, except during COVID when there was 100 and some containers or container ships sitting off the coast in LA. And a bunch of our containers were sitting there, and we were scared to death we were going to run out of material. But then we also, there's a picture of our plant there, and what our material looks like on the bottom right corner. So we typically combine it with polypropylene. It's 50% natural fiber, 50% polypropylene. We run it through a non-woven process, which you can see, that's our production line. We can generate between 1,000 and 1,500 kgs an hour off that line, which is one of the reasons why we're in the automotive industry. Big volumes, very addictive volumes. And there's a lot of other things we could do, but to fire that machine up, you got to fire it up and have it run for days on the same product, kind of like the paper making equipment. You want to fire it up and run it. So that's why we play in the automotive industry. So here is our raw material supply chain, just to give you an idea of where we get our material from. As you can see right now, we get most of our natural fiber out of Bangladesh. We do get a little bit out of Korea, and then we buy polypropylene from Korea. We get it from Belgium, and then we get it down in the Virginia, Georgia area. And then I've got hemp here in North America, which, God willing, one of these days we'll be able to buy our hemp product from North American suppliers. One of the things that, even though we use 60,000 pounds or so a week, when you have a product go into an automotive vehicle, you go through some unbelievable testing processes, and your material has to get validated. And you have to continue using that very same material throughout the life of that program.
So it's not like we could just walk in and say, okay, we're going to start buying hemp now. That product would have to get verified, and the customers would have to approve its use and to ensure that it meets all their technical requirements. So, I mean, we could maybe put 10 to 15% hemp in right now and get away with it, but to go just straight from jute to hemp, it's not going to happen. We're going to have to, as we get new programs, we'll phase it in with hemp once the quality of that material gets to the point where we can use it. So I thought what was important, and I think everybody that's been up here before me has kind of had this same, you know, question or thought. It's like, okay, you know, you can grow hemp anywhere. I mean, they call it ditchweed. So it literally can be grown anywhere. The problem is getting it from out of the field, processed in a manner in which our company can use it. And so we have a fairly well-defined specification of our material. And, you know, some of the big things here is cut lengths, those are important, moisture content, you know, it was odor. You can make all kinds of funny jokes on odor when it comes to hemp. And all these are extremely important in the automotive industry and for our ability to run the product. And we can't have it too dry and too brittle. We can't have it too wet because we don't want it, you're buying it by the pound, so you don't have to pay for moisture. But if it's too dry, it's just going to be real brittle. And when it runs through our non-woven process, it's going to end up on the floor. So we can't have that either. Sustainability. I mean, interestingly enough, like I said, we've been in the automotive business 20-some years. We have yet to sell our first piece of material because we're sustainable. Price, quality. You meet that, then so you talk to your purchasing, your engineering people, they say, oh, by the way, you know, we're a green product. It's like, well, you know what, we'll let our marketing people know, but can you meet our price and our quality? The automotive industry, as much as they like to preach about things, they are not capable, and consumers, quite frankly, aren't willing to pay extra for a sustainable product, at least when it comes to automotive. Here's just a little bit information on our company. Elkhart, Indiana, roughly 95,000 square feet. We run our material on non-woven carding lines. Capacity is roughly 6,500 tons of finished material a year. Our weights vary between 600 and 2,400 gram. And then we also have a prototype lab. And anyway, that's a picture of our plant and our facility. Here's some of the automotive customers that we've done business with. And let's see if that shows up. Nope. Down here in this bottom corner is supposed to be all the specs. Every automotive company has their own specifications that you have to adhere to. So, you know, GM, which we supply material that goes into the big SUVs, their doors are made out of our material. Mercedes, we made quarter panels at one point. We're currently making a lot of product for Volvo, Jeep, a little bit in Tesla, and every automotive company has their own spec that you know, different ways of testing, and but you have to meet them all to be able to be in that program. And then, so for applications for natural fiber that I think would be a possibility is the RV industry. They use what's called Luan, which is basically a cheap plywood that they import out of Indonesia, I believe. And then they also use fiberglass. You know, fiberglass is, you know, we love competing against fiberglass because that stuff is terrible. Employees hate working with it. And, you know, it's scratchy, you know, you get in your eyes, and it's just, you know, not good. Furniture industry uses plywood. Our material can be used as plywood. Flooring as an underlayment. Farm and AT vehicles. We currently are in John Deere, we're in Polaris as far as their interiors, because one of the great things about our material is it has very good sound absorption characteristics. So you get into a big farm tractor that's really loud, and you put our material in the ceilings and on the doors, they're going to absorb some of that sound. And so, and it's very lightweight. And then interior commercial doors. And we have a customer that buys material from us, and then they form it, and it's very thin, but it has these different geometric patterns on there that they go inside the commercial doors, and they're sound absorbing. Because most commercial doors are hollow, and you'll build a wall that's sound absorbent, but you won't build a door that is. So this customer literally takes our material, forms it, and then puts it in the middle of commercial doors. And one of the things I left off here was absorption mats. We have a customer in South Bend that uses our material, and there's a big Amtrak repair facility there. And they take our material and put them in these barrels and then drop it off at the Amtrak, and then they use it to absorb up solvents and stuff like that. The company picks it back up, takes it back to their plant, extracts out the solvents, sells the solvents, reuses the mat like 5 to 8 times. It's a really kind of unique business. So anyway, how did I do? I think pretty, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not taking any questions. Yeah. Just joking.
All right, love to get any questions, clarification. Yeah, we'll start here.
What are your sources of polypropylene? Do you use any secondary?
Okay, yeah, the question was, what are our sources of polypropylene? And a lot of it has to do with our customer requirements. We would love to use recycled PP if we can, and we do. But a lot of times, because with recycled PP, the more often you melt it and hardens and melts, it gets more brittle. So it just depends, like for instance on doors, because of the side impact requirements for door interiors, they're almost always going to want virgin PP because they want to make sure it's going to consistently meet the specs. We buy a little bit overseas, but most of it we buy. There's a facility in Virginia and another one in Georgia where we buy most, and we buy what's called fiberized polypropylene. And honestly, it looks like cotton candy.
Two questions. One, how did this business get started in this technology? The other is, have you looked at other polymer systems outside of polypropylene?
Well, let me answer the second question first. So polypropylene, the nice thing about it with our product, number one, it encapsulates the fiber because you can't have a door panel that's going to absorb water. And when it gets processed, the material gets heated up under pressure, and then it goes into a cold mold. And at that point, the polypropylene is fully encapsulated in natural fiber, so you're not going to get any water absorption. So and then also polypropylene is a natural adhesive. So our customers can actually shuttle our material into the mold, shuttle into cover stock, and then clamp it down into cover stock without any additional adhesives is going to adhere to our material because their cover stock is compatible with polypropylene. So it acts as a natural adhesive. So that's the main reason why we use polypropylene. The company, like I said, was started in 1999. This technology, I think, was invented in Germany in the 1970s. I think the guy's name was Gerhard Spengler. And he's still alive, and it was just, I don't know how he got onto it. I've met him a couple of times, super nice guy. And so it started in Europe, and Europe uses a lot more of this because of their end-of-life recycling requirements for automobiles, where the US doesn't really have that. And so this material is considered, I mean, even in Europe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think even if you can burn it and create a heating source from it, then it's considered recyclable. So even with our material having polypropylene, they consider it meets the EU recyclability requirements. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Do you notice a different wear on your molds depending on the fiber that you're using?
The wear on the mold depending on fiber.
Yep.
Our material is, let's say compared to fiberglass is very, very corrosive, I guess is a good way to put it, but yeah, it'll wear out a mold really fast. Our material, because it doesn't have nearly the, I guess it's much more pliable, I think is the right word to use, has very little wear and tear on molds.
Between the agricultural fibers, though, would you notice the difference you expect between, say, jute and hemp?
Well, I think, and then I'm originally an accountant, so I'm not an engineer. I've been accused of being an engineer, I've been accused of being an attorney, and I don't know which is worse, that or being a CPA. But anyway, it's my understanding, for instance, the hemp fibers are, as far as bass fibers, are probably the biggest diameter, which means they're going to be the strongest for each individual diameter. But within a square inch, you aren't going to get as many in there. Where you get with, let's say, flax, flax is a very thin material, it's not nearly as strong, but it has elongation. So if you're molding, let's say, a door panel and it has like a deep mat pocket, for instance, you know, you want something that's going to be able to, whether it's 5 inches or whatever, to meet that geometry. And flax is very good with that. So a lot of times, if we have a customer that has like a real deep pocket, we'll add, let's say, 15% flax in there with our jute to allow it to stretch so you don't have tears when it's molded. Does that help? Okay. There is, I think, oh, sorry, yeah. If I understand correctly, we use a non-woven process, so our fibers are between 70 and 150 millimeters long. And I think what you asked was, are people using short fibers in that type of thing? And I think you are correct, but the nice thing with using short fibers, in essence, it's just a filler. So it's the binders are the ones that are providing the strength. With our material, it's the actual natural fiber provides the strength characteristics. And one of the problems we have in finding a hemp supplier is meeting our 70 to 150 millimeter in length, because most of the hemp processors are much smaller pieces of material which will not work and won't run through our non-woven process, and we lose a lot of the strength characteristics without it being, that length. I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
I'm not arguing that yours is better. I'm just saying in terms of available markets for hemp, isn't there a market in automotive for injection molded stuff?
I think I read somewhere where I believe they are trying to get to that point, but I don't know if they're there yet. So how's that for a non-answer? So.
We can take one more question. What are you using for the pre-processing your current natural materials?
Well, when we buy it from Bangladesh, it comes in bales, and we load it right into our production line, and our bale breakers break it up, and then we get it organized, or however you want to put it, and we don't have to do we don't have any pre-processing. It comes in ready for us to use.
You don't know what they're doing.
Pardon?
You don't know what
Oh, I've been to Bangladesh. If you want me to, I can walk you through exactly how, jute gets processed. They're little half-acre farms, primarily family-owned, and they take it, they will grow the fiber, and it gets in the ground in May. They harvest it in August, September, and it'll be anywhere from 10 to 14 feet tall stalks. And then they literally will cut those stalks, drop it in the ponds, and leave it there for like 3 weeks and let the enzymes soften it up. And then they pull it out and hand separate the core from the fiber. And so they sell off the core or herd separately, and then they use the fiber. And depending on how far up the stalk you are, the higher up you get, the thinner it is, the more it costs. We buy middle of the stalk. and then it goes to a processor, and they literally hand cut it, feed it through a cutter by hand, and then it gets baled up into 300-pound bales and gets loaded on a container, and we end up with it 6 weeks later. That versus in the US and Europe, that's primarily field retted, I think is the right, or dry retted. And in essence, they cut the hemp down, leave it in the field, put water on it, and leave it there for a month, and that's how they ret it. And then they mechanically, or pick it up, run it through a mechanical separating equipment, and then that's how that material gets produced. And so you're gonna end up, when it's hand cleaned or hand separated, you're gonna have a lot less hurd and bark and stuff like that in it, versus mechanically, sometimes you have to feed it through a couple of times to get it clean enough that we can use it. Because what we'll have, just real quick, just one of the things, so if you get a piece of bark or hurd in our product and our customer goes to mold it, and let's just say on the door, let's say up by where the window is on the door, and you've got that curve area, so it's going to get molded, and the cover stock is going to thin out because it's being stretched. If you have a piece of hurd or something, it's going to show up through that cover stock, and that part's going to get thrown away, and we're going to get charged back for it. So the material has to be clean, or otherwise we're going to run into problems like that. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to call Richard Barge up, and Richard's going to share the New Zealand perspective on this as we finish this segment, understanding the current state of the industry. So, to you.
All right, thank you, everybody. And so just following on from the 4 presentations, I'm just going to sort of round it off into a New Zealand sense. I appreciate that I'm standing between you and afternoon tea, so we'll try and make it quite quick. But there should be time for some questions for the other 4 people as well, hopefully. So we'll just get started on Jeff. When he came over to New Zealand in 2023 for our Hemp Summit, was gracious enough to invert the Pacific Northwest and have New Zealand up the right way. So I thought I'd pay the homage back. Unfortunately, the line's missing, but if you could imagine a line running just above that knob on the South Island across to the Pacific Northwest, that would be latitude 45. So it just describes that we're on very similar latitudes, and hemp being a phytoperiodic plant means that those latitudes are very important. So we could be growing hemp on our summer, which is obviously in your winter, so you're getting two shots a year. There's plenty of similarities with Oregon and New Zealand as well, the size of the population, similar types of industries. You know, we're very orientated to the primary industries, particularly forestry, and we'll get to that in a moment because a lot of my slides are about the forestry leading into pulp and paper and panel boards as well. So just moving on. Oh, look, there's a line. Oh, look, more lines. Oh, okay. I didn't know I'd done that. Yeah, I reckon, you know, it's all adding production value, isn't it, you know? Okay, so that's a map of New Zealand. It's the indication is there on the top of the North Island, right in the middle of the North Island is Lake Taupo. If you just look to the right of that brown sort of area is where a lot of our exotic forests are. So a lot of forestry in the North Island. There's some in the South Island as well, but nowhere near as much, and we'll get to that slide in a moment. You can never have enough pictures of hemp, so that's the one on the left. But the interesting thing about that is that's a study being done growing hemp in the interrows of a vineyard. So attracting biodiversity into vineyards, mulching it up, you know, as a cover crop for them. So there's some interesting science being done in a lot of aspects. And in that area in Marlborough, which is at the top of the South Island there on the right, you know, there could be 50,000 metres of interrows. So there's plenty of capacity there. Now, Phil, this is answering your question, what do we grow? That graph on the pie graph on the left shows what we predominantly grow. You can see there's one sort of particular Pinus radiata is on the left on the pie chart. So that's what we grow, and that's coming from I think it came from here, the California Pacific Northwest sort of area. So we really embraced that. Scion, whom we have a representative from Scion here, Mark, they know a lot about the pinus radiata fibre. So on the right-hand side, that's the age of the trees. Now, the bottom 4 colours are the areas that are grown in the South Island compared to the North Island. So that greenish coloured bar on the graph on the right shows where that central North Island forestry is. And that would explain the next couple of slides. So we'll get to those. So the North Island, so the image on the right is just a copy of give people an idea of how a tree might be harvested and used for pulp or used for roundwoods, used for sawn logs. We have a big industry of exporting logs and having other countries add value to them and then ship them back to us. Again, not very circular. In the case of those forestry units around that middle of the island, we have 2 particular large mills, Kinleith Mill and the Tasman Mill, owned by OG Papers. And then there's a couple of the smaller mills, which is Whakatane Mill and WPI, which is in the Ruapehu district. Now, again, they're all close to where these forestries are actually being grown. OG Papers has announced last week that they're thinking about closing 1 or 2. They're definitely thinking about closing their recycling factory in Auckland because the cost of power is going up. Because our hydropower and our wind power, the lake levels are low, so the power cost has gone up 300 or 400% in the last sort of 4 more months, and it's just causing lots of havoc for some of the bigger players. And the guys in the middle of the Ruapehu district, the WPI, are doing the same thing as well, Pinstone Pine. Just to give you an idea that we do have big factories as well. The one on the top right is Kinleith, so that was one of the pulp and paper mills. The other 2 factories are our sort of medium density fibreboard factories. Nelson Pine, top of the South Island, and Daikin, which is, again, most of a lot of our companies are owned offshore, so they're Japanese owners, they're down in Christchurch. The blued out line is representing a production line that was stopped in 2022, but as you can see, those years of commissioning, 1994, people will be looking at replacing those capital assets, but they're not cheap to replace to get into this game, so you've got to consider that as well. When I speak to some of these players, not interested. We're all set up for Pinus radiata. We know the value chain for pine. We know what we get. We know how to use it. There's a consistency of supply, the same consistency every time they use it. Why would we get involved with hemp? Chink. End of that conversation. So we've got quite a road to come. I just wanted to put this in here. It's a very busy slide. For people in America, it wouldn't make much sense, but on the left-hand side is the Rank Group, which is Carter Holt Harvey, and their products in the ply and various building materials. On the right-hand side is Fletcher's, which is their products, and Laminex and Jib, and then they go down into some concrete products. Now, the difference between the two is the Rank Group is privately owned by probably the 2nd richest person in New Zealand, and Fletcher's is a publicly listed company, both of which have a different attitude to risk. We have no idea what the privately owned one has, because that's why they're private, and the one owned by listed on the stock exchange obviously has shareholders that they've got to please, and so they may pick up hemp once it's fully developed and it's a product. They may be able to put it in their distribution chains, which are these images at the bottom. Fletcher's has placemakers, Carter Holt Harvey has carters, and the one behind the little show chat previous is ITM, which is, so we do, I wanted to put that in there to say that we do have independent companies as well as some of these large corporates as well. The brands in the middle is our certifying body. So if you come up with a new building material, you're going to have to run it past brands, you're going to have to pay the money to get brands to approve it and do all sorts of tests, and that's going to be a requirement for that building material to be picked up, and we'll talk about some of those issues in the breakout sessions tomorrow. So in that crowded space comes our hemp companies, which we need to celebrate. There's the Hemp Building Association. There's 2 decorticators in the country. One's a Tatum line in Christchurch, that's New Zealand Natural Fibres. A smaller processing 40-foot container type version of a processing line, which you could loosely call a decortication process, is in Cromwell in the South Island. So both of those are in the South Island. You've got GeoBind, who is a supplier of a binder for the hempcrete, And they're slightly different in the sense, and Doug's here from Geobine, slightly different in the sense it's not so much orientated towards lime. They're using a magnesium base, so it's less, it's more environmentally friendly because of the input and the embodied energy to produce the lime. Echo is a company that's been involved, East Coast Hemp Organisation, been involved in making hemp products for quite some time. Venture Taranaki is actually a region in the country, but they're very, very supportive of hemp fibre industry. The photo on the top right is a building that's there as a gratuitous advert for them because it's Airbnb. So you can go down to Queenstown and go and stay at the Airbnb and live in a hemp house for a day. Hemp Homes is a new company that is working on a modular system and panels to create homes, and you order them on the Tuesday, they'll deliver on the Thursday, you'll be moving in on the Saturday. It's a bit of a, yeah, maybe, hopefully, in fact. I just wanted to make a nod to activated carbon, which does exist in New Zealand. We've got the biochar industry, and just picking up on from what Ajit's saying, there's a lot of applications where activated carbon can be used, and particularly activated carbon New Zealand, it's a pharmaceutical grade product, so it's right up there. So that's the sort of the hemp scene for those industries. We've got the full plant utilisation, which is just an acknowledgement that Callaghan Innovation, working with some of the Crown Research Institutes, particularly Ag Research, Plant and Food and Scion, have developed that document last year. Callaghan also have a hemp fibre capability roadmap, so some of this information will go back and inform that and update that, because if we have a roadmap for it to be useful, it's got to be used. So we want to see it being dynamic and revisited. And just an acknowledgement to AgMart, who have sponsored some events that we've had in the past and been very generous with their support, helped us to produce an investment guide in 2022 as well. So that's just a really fast rundown on where we're at. I haven't talked too much about the composites, but there's some very interesting things happening at the universities in that space. And then in the pulp and paper, as I say, it's got their issues with the the capital equipment and the cost of getting involved in that. But to disrupt the supply chain is going to take a massive relationship building exercise. It's going to take time, because you can't just rock up to these guys and say, hey, we think it's a good idea. Because as all the speakers have pointed out, there's a lot of hurdles and a lot of steps that are going to be put up in front of you before you can get to that stage. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Richard. And so as we get ready to close this segment, our intention here was to help you understand the perspective of the industry across 4 sectors. And we just want to take a few minutes before we close to just we can capture up here, just your takeaways, things that you learned or relearned as you listened to the perspective of these 4 different sectors, other insights or questions. So just open it up, give you a chance. What are you taking away from these great presentations, these great overviews? What are you learning from this? We can go we can cut across. So we'll take about 10, 15 minutes, but just want to get some of the highlights. Do you want to kick us off? Yeah, so hemp building takes a lot of workforce development. Yeah, other takeaways. What are you taking away from this? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'll just capture great brain trust here. There's a real opportunity to educate and maybe bring in some well-known players. Yeah. So we heard Taylor Swift. All right, yeah, other takeaways from this.
Sorry, decortication and. Okay, and fiber cut length? The cut length, yep. Yep.
It seems like across the board, a stable, developed, stable supply chain with well-characterized materials is essential for, all of these industries. But it's kind of like you have to build it and they'll come, right? Kind of we're almost in that chicken egg, right? So
Yeah.
we need the customers to come, so we can build it, but we got to build it so they come. It's the hard work.
Yeah, the importance of a stable supply chain and just that tension between building it and, the chicken and the egg. Yeah.
Not just stable, it's gotta be validated, there have to be standards, there has to be understanding that whole supply chain and how it fits in. Because that's the common theme I'm hearing. This is just a piece that goes into something, but that's going into something else. And without understanding that supply chain, that just in itself, you can't sell it into the big wood players because it doesn't change for them. So you have to know what
Yeah.
The need for massive investment into genetics and species, so the supply chain, specifically right at the beginning. I think it was,
You said supply chain right at the beginning of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like example Greg gave of like, well, great that we can show a sample, I think it was Greg from the fiber flex. And great that we can go and show that, hey, this works, but we've got to be able to show them that we can supply that at that same quality for 6 years or whatever it was. And it's the, so farmers know that they can be buying something that's consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll come over here and then into the back.
Yeah, I would second that from a genetic standpoint, region-specific genetics. And
Region-specific genetics.
yeah,
Okay.
being able to make that purchase repeatedly for the same specification of fibers over and over and over again. I can't reintroduce, when it comes to paper making, I can't reintroduce a new fiber spec to the mill over and over and over again based on one farm's growing style or genetics and another farm's growing style and genetics. Need a consistent supply chain across multiple stakeholders, providing similar spec in different regions at the same time.
Yeah.
It's a real chicken egg thing.
Consistency. Jeff, do you want to respond?
Yeah, and with that, both Greg and Bill, take all that, now talk about scale.
Yeah.
That's like going up to Yosemite, Brazil Falls, let it hit you. I mean, those, what both of you described is huge throughput going on. And I take it, the margins are pretty narrow, right?
I'm just going to acknowledge the need for, online, one of our participants, we need a lot of government capital, investment across the board. All right, yeah.
So my takeaway from this, from doing this for 6 or 8 years, is that hemp is a specialty crop, and everyone trying to make it a commodity product is the wrong direction. If you make it a specialty product that people are going after because it's hemp, it actually gets a pull through where everyone's trying to push it as a commodity, and it's not there yet.
So takeaway, hemp is a specialty crop.
Specialty product
Yeah.
is a specialty product, not a commodity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Specialty crop designation then federally, because without that, there's no way for us to access those kind of funds from the USDA or the rest of the federal government to be able to put research money into especially crop development and pull it from the commodity side.
Yeah.
So it has to be designated within
So designated.
designated specialty crop.
Yeah. 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 Go ahead.
I would just add, I don't think it's either or in the specialty commodity. I think, of course it's special today, but we want to get to commodity. So it kind of is, it's an evolution and we're just early on.
Yeah. So maybe today it's a specialty, but there may be an evolution. Yeah. Other takeaways from these presentations. Yeah, Bill.
I see a real opportunity for techno-economic analyses for each of these markets we all talked about, right? Is to say what are the key performance metrics, and to meet those, how can hemp do it, and what would that look like? It's kind of an extension of the supply chain comment. Then you walk into an potential engagement, you say, hey, it's going to look like this. This is where we compete, and have that answer. Because otherwise, like Greg said, you say sustainability, no thanks.
So Yeah, and just to repeat it, techno-economic analysis is going to be really important. Yeah, in the back, right there.
I think we probably need to produce a standard that actually encompasses all the products we're looking at, from hemp to fibre and the herd, and the fibre might be in different grades within that standard, and the herd would be in different grades as well. I think France may do it a little bit on their building grades, but an actual hemp standard that's accepted and that we produce to categories in that standard.
So the importance of a standard, I think Kristen's giving me the microphone, and I don't know that the folks online can hear this microphone. I think that's the issue. In the back.
So one of the takeaways here is that really our government has no program set up for carbon credits for industrial hemp products. And that's, it hurts a lot to see that there's really nothing going to be moving forward on that.
So the importance of programs for developing this. Okay. Good. We'll take a few more comments. Other takeaways from this segment. Yeah. Oh, we got a microphone coming to you. Thank you, Kristen.
I think being a little more pragmatic, if we look at this, like someone said, we've been doing this for 5 or 6 years only, so we're newbies. But then I talk to the New Zealand people, and I look what they've been doing, like what Gregory's been doing for 20 or 30 years. And then I hear Richard say they can't make any inroads in their industries. And so somehow we need to learn from what they've been doing. They've done some great research work, but their industries don't seem to buy in. And I don't know if that's specific to New Zealand industries, but somehow we got to overcome that in this country, right? And then we have politics.
Yeah. So the importance of learning from New Zealand's story and looking at ways to overcome some of those challenges they've been experiencing. Yeah. Take one or two. Yeah, in the back. I will wait for the microphone to get over to you.
Hi there. This is Morgan Tweet with Hemp. We're one of the existing corrugator in the U.S. And something that I hope to get from this weekend, and hope, kind of the brain trust we talk about, we need to start taking things off the table of what hemp can't do, because it's what are we not good at, and then what can we not economically or commercially do to continue to prioritize our resources. Because, biochar or activated carbon is a great example. If we're not a good feedstock, or we're not going to be able to make any money off of it, I don't want to waste my time chasing it. And so I think that it would be really helpful from an economic perspective for us to continue to have that filter on, so that we don't continue to add things to the table or to the board, but continue to refine it, so we can have prioritization that's actually going to help us keep the business alive.
Yeah. So focusing on where is hemp best positioned. Yeah. Well, we're at our break time, and again, thank you to our presenters. A quick round of applause for them. Information. So we're going to take a 30-minute break. Folks online, we'll go ahead and put a timer up. 30-ish minute break. We're going to come back after the break, and we're going to do a deeper dive, a hemp overview that Jeff and Richard are going to lead us through, get you oriented, and we'll shift gears. So with that, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back in 30 minutes.
make sure that bar wouldn't pop up again. This is Jeff and Richard, what they were starting off with.
So we want to welcome everyone back and welcome the folks online. Again, we are just getting started here. There's a lot of conversations out in the hallway as folks are listening and thinking about the previous segment. So again, appreciate the presenters and appreciate all the participation that we've had. I'd like to introduce our next segment here as we set the stage for tomorrow's breakout sessions with industry participants. We want to make sure that we spend some time giving some information, sharing some information about hemp. We want to make sure we spend some time talking about terminology, myth busting. You know, what are the things that you as industry leaders need to understand that'll help in tomorrow's conversation about how do we increase the use of industrial hemp across sectors. So this is intended to help answer questions. I'm going to invite Jeff and Richard up. They're going to be leading this segment. And also to let you know, folks online, that would love for you to submit questions that Maddie has been chatting out the form for you to use. And folks in here, this is going to be an opportunity for you to ask any and all questions that you have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff and Richard. Give you the microphone. I'll give it to Steve. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ward. And again, everybody, thanks for bearing with us. This whole thing is a bit of an experiment, but I appreciate hearing how, or seeing how everybody's being really engaged. Before we start into this quick session, I want to have Dr. Chad Kinney from Colorado State University Pueblo step up. This is a shameless, absolutely shameless advertisement. Chad is the director of the Institute of Cannabis Research at Colorado State Pueblo. It was a state legislated instituted institution. We have a great partnership between Pueblo and Oregon State University. We're counterparts. We've been working together for about 4 years now. And here's the shameless advertisement. Pueblo and OSU host what has probably become now the most premier destination, all things cannabis, all things hemp research conference. And we held that last week at Colorado State Fort Collins. Wonderful facilities there. And we had about 320 attendees. Correct. How many papers, Chad?
We had about 130 presentations over a 3-day period, so several concurrent sessions.
And it really is a good destination, all things cannabis and hemp research, so all science-based. Is it turned on? Okay. How's that? Is that better? Okay. So Chad, thank you. We're glad. And the wonderful thing is that last week he looked like me, running around with his eyes wide open, you know, wind in the face. Go ahead, Chad.
And Jeff, where's the next conference?
The next conference is probably going to be around October time. Is that right, Kristen? And it's going to be around Portland, Oregon. So thank you, Chad. By the way, everybody, take a look at, this is, again, I know you've seen Kristen Rafai. She is the center administrator. We're the core hub of the center. We complement each other really well. Nothing happens without Kristen's leadership. And so again, Kristen, thank you for all you're doing. And I wish you were up here front with us right now instead. Okay, this section, as we transition into it, I just want to point out who the sponsors of our workshop are. It is truly a good blend. You've met a number of the good folks that are involved. We've gotten great financial support by USDA, National Institute of Food and Ag. Amy Gonjuli, if you would stand up a second to say hi. Amy is the national program leader on the staff of the National Institute of Food and Agriculture that basically sees over our programs, and we're very fortunate to have received a specific conference grant that helps support this grant from NIFA as well.
So with that, how about if we go to our first slide? This is payback, Richard. Okay. Okay, this is payback. You know, we want to be culturally balanced about this. Mentioned about the similarities between New Zealand and the Pacific Northwest. Don't want to overstate those. By the way, we're in the process of reinvigorating our partnership with a research institution in Romania. And by the way, if we took Romania and like the Pacific Northwest, it would just fit right there on the 45th parallel right beside us. So you see the commonality of that because, as Richard mentioned, the photoperiodicity. But we really do have a lot of similarities, and this is why the synergies can be here. And I think you're seeing more and more how that onion just keeps getting peeled apart, and how it's not only that we do similar things, but there's complementary things that we can do. And we'll just see how that goes forward. Quick little point here. Discovered this last year. Where's Graham? I've got a great picture of him in front of a Formula student project car. There's this racing team called McLaren Racing, which is a New Zealand-grown company. And the wonderful thing about New Zealand is we make the term a unique right-sized country. And so therefore, at the New Zealand Product Accelerator, there's a department of yachts. Seriously, I can put this slide up there. And the reason why is they're the technology innovators for the New Zealand America's Cup racing team. They also work with McLaren Racing, and they support their student team and so forth. But the cool thing is OSU, I found out after I came back, has an SAE Formula student team. Very much a parallel. We also have Oregon State University with Lincoln University, or Canterbury, are about to celebrate our 50th year anniversary of our student exchange program. And yesterday we had a meeting, was it yesterday? 2 days ago. Oh boy, weeks going by already. We had a meeting of New Zealand Product Accelerator, University of Auckland, and Waikato University with OSU to talk about how we could extend that out even further. I keep getting the cue from Kristen. To extend that to how we do student exchanges into biopolymers and just other areas as well. So really, it's not just a one-off. How do we keep moving forward with this partnership? And as you saw this morning, and yesterday, we had our connection between our Native American business leaders as well as our ones that are Maori. So a lot of good positives there. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The point to this now is we want to queue up some points for just thoughts because, you know, how many here really, honestly, because you have not been dealing with hemp, don't really know that much about hemp? How many here? Okay, you see, this is the point of this now. We've been really focusing on the other business aspects of hemp and other materials and how hemp may fit in. We just got to go through some, we're going to call it the Mythbusters section right now. So we're going to give you some opinions. So Richard, why don't you kind of talk about that slide briefly, and then we'll just see if there's any questions or comments, and we're just going to go through these. And Warren, you're going to be monitoring questions that come up about hemp. So Richard?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. So it's all cannabis. So anybody that says it's not or different, it's definitely all cannabis. What we're very interested in is low THC industrial hemp. So THC is a cannabinoid, that's the one that has a psychotropic effect, the high associated with marijuana smoking. And then you've got all sorts of other cannabinoids in that flowering top of the plant. You've got terpenes and you've got flavonoids. So over 500 metabolites in the flowering top of the plant. So that's an industry unto itself. That would be a horticultural industry where you're growing single plants, you're going to grow female plants so you don't have to deal with pollen, and you're going to grow them, you know, in a hand individual plant husbandry sort of approach, or horticultural approach. When you grow hemp for industrial uses in the arable sense, we're now talking about a seed or a grain industry, and this workshop's all about the fibre industry. So one person on a tractor is going to do an awful lot of harvesting of an arable crop, and that's why the varieties are so very, very important, because you're looking at meeting the specifications of the end users.
And as been discussed, we don't even know the standards that we want to apply, let alone the specifications of what an end producer wants from their procurement process. So there's a lot of learnings to be had, and we'll get to the reasons why those learnings are there. So low THC in the New Zealand sense is less than 0.35%. In America, it will be less than 0.3%. So there's no drug involved. It's not a drug crop, it's just another arable crop. I mention these things because these are catch cries that we're trying to get across to, particularly to our officials, because of course, because cannabis is generally associated as a drug, it's in New Zealand controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act, which is run by the Ministry of Health, who knows a lot about pharma, but nothing about farming. So it's quite a problem that we have, and we're slowly bringing down those prejudices, and there's a stigma involved in that. You know, this whole, marijuana or cannabis, and then you can see it in people's eyes. Hemp goes to cannabis goes to bad, the politician then turns off and doesn't want to hear anymore. And that's what we had in the 1990s when we first started. There was a moratorium, we couldn't even discuss cannabis. So we had to raise the politicians' awareness, and that's the 5-minute guide, the booklet on the table out there. We used that, sent it to 120 MPs, and suddenly we were allowed to grow hemp, and that allowed us to do the trials between 2000 to 2005, and we got an industry going under our regulations under the Misuse of Drugs Act in 2006. And then in America, or in Oregon, it's 2015. 2018. So, you know, you guys are a little bit behind, but we're all catching up. So don't feel bad. And there's a lot of the work that we're doing here will translate to other countries as well. Now, just from a botanical point of view, it's a very fast-growing crop. It's growing over the summer. You know, it's got there 90 to 100 days, so 90 days maybe for fibre, 120 days if you let it go all the way through to seed. It's a herbaceous annual crop. There's phytoremediation benefits of growing hemp. All of this needs studying, particularly for everybody's individual environments, and that's already been mentioned around particularly plant breeding and things. So you've got to have that foundation knowledge for where you're growing the hemp and how it's going to be applied. So it's very important to get that right, and because that's going to be the foundation on which you're going to make your quality decisions, and you're going to make informed decisions if we can get this information together and really share it and have that standardisation across the industry. So knowing that it's a herbaceous crop, an alternate land use, these are all great buzzwords, particularly in New Zealand where they're looking for other revenues. And if we could lift heavy metals out of the ground, as is claimed, if we can help lift or remove nematodes from a potato crop, then it works in their rotation. So all of these things from an agronomic sense have to be looked at. And then it's got to be harvested in a certain way, it's got to be either retted or not retted, and then it can be baled and sent off the farm. So this workshop's more about what happens after it's gone off the farm. So those processes that we've just discussed are all terminology that you need to be aware of in a general hemp sense, but really the terminology gets stuck in when we start considering, do we need to decorticate the hemp, which is where we're going to break down the stem into the shiv or the hurd and the bass fibre, the long and short bass fibre, the fines and the dust and the lignans and all those constituents of the plant. So they're quite exciting. And the other thing, before I give it back to Jeff, I just want to mention something that I often say when I'm at the markets. So it'll be hemp fibre is naturally antifungarial, antibacterial, antimicrobial, antistatic, will stop 95% of the UV light. Now, I've said these for years because I've read them in a book and I've studied and I've seen them come up again, but I'd like to know where the proof is. Where's the evidence for that? And this is what leads to the research collaboration. And that's what this meeting's all about, to develop those collaborations between researchers in our both countries, Pacific Northwest and New Zealand. It's about the collaboration of industry, which is trade and investment. And of course, it's about a cultural collaboration between Māori and Native Americans that joins in with this research, that joins in with those trade opportunities. So again, you can see how hemp is joining us together, and this is the power of a very powerful plant. So I'm very pleased you're all here, and I'm very much looking forward to having heard the conversations that we've had for those 4 streams about unpacking them tomorrow and really getting into the detail in those breakout sessions. So there's just a little bit of background. I'm sure we'll have some more comments as we come up, but I'll hand back to Jeff.
Thank you, Richard. That's excellent. Next slide. Okay, now, this whole thing about the legality and what the implications are of that to today. Okay, this slide basically shows that, you know, going way back in the 1900s and particularly after World War II, agricultural productivity has just skyrocketed. Although right now, as it's going out, there's some concerns that it's starting to plateau out. And how does that deal with the population increasing? And the wonderful thing about the output is that when you normalize the inputs, it's pretty stable. So the return on investment in production is huge of what's been going on. Hit the one button. Okay, so yeah, that's great. A little problem around the way, perfect, right there. So Marijuana Tax Act in the United States basically priced hemp out of the market. Okay, I guess, you know, I never thought about it this way. It'd be like the tea tax and what caused the Boston Tea Party. We just didn't have that response, you know. But what really put the death knell to it was the Controlled Substances Act of 1970 and the UN treaties around the world, Western world, not the Eastern Bloc, not Russia, not China. But what happened then was that cannabis, all cannabis, including hemp, was made a Schedule I drug. Same as heroin, LSD, go on down the line. Okay, that just absolutely put the nail in the coffin for hemp. Okay, then New Zealand, as Richard already pointed out, was more progressive and they were able to move it forward. So in 2006, it was okay to start growing hemp again. But in the US, it really wasn't until 2018 Farm Bill. And by the way, hemp is still classified as Schedule I. But it's just that they don't put money into the law enforcement at the federal level to enforce that. So therefore, it's become a legal commodity. And it's come under now the U.S. Department of Agriculture for regulation rather than the law enforcement agencies. Okay, now hit the button again, please, Amy. There, okay. So the point is, this is where, and one more time maybe. Whoop, go back, I'm sorry. The point is, though, it's this point in time, after an 80, 90-year hiatus, there's an awful lot of opportunity for entrepreneurism, for innovation. And that's what we're here for. And the beautiful thing about it is that when you look at, again, what happened during that 80-year period, is that now we don't have to start from scratch. The wonderful genetic tools that are available, industry, chemistry, manufacturing, markets, banking, trade, you know, all of that has been developed. Now we can actually accelerate the pace of moving hemp forward. That's the bottom line to that, okay? Next slide. Okay, Gregg, Jaffe talked about the White House initiative. Do you want to talk, Richard, about what happened in New Zealand?
So we have, in New Zealand, similarly, as you can imagine, the governments all have similar aspirations. You've got the White House, we've got the Beehive. So just slightly different, but still it's our centre of our capital in Wellington. And MPI, Ministry of Primary Industries, they're very much orientated towards doubling exports within 10 years. So, you know, they need help to achieve that. Affordable housing is an issue, and healthy homes is probably what we should be looking for to make homes affordable as well. Resilient supply chains, you know, these are things that COVID has taught us. You know, having a toilet paper got mentioned before, and like a decent supply of toilet paper would be very useful, and we do have a pulp mill that will probably carry on making that for us, and packaging. And it's about that regional development, because it's also been mentioned around, it's a very bulky raw material, so you've got to add value to this crop locally. You know, those first processing steps, we can't afford to transport big bales of hemp fibre. It's got to go to that initial processing step first. And then there's a secondary step or a tertiary step, and all of these things can be adding value in the regions. So you've got regional development implications and people returning to rural communities, which in New Zealand's case, you know, we've saw a number of the number of farms in America was declining. Similar in New Zealand, corporate farms are going in. They don't operate the same way in a community in rural New Zealand as a group of individual farmers that were from an iwi background, a Māori background, or from a intergenerational farm of farmers. You know, they're there for the community. Whereas if you just bring in a contractor and they move to the next community in 2 weeks' time on a rotation, it's not quite the same. So there's some real opportunities to get that regional development happening.
Next slide. Does it kind of look like we somewhat have our act together as we, coordinated here without practice. Not too bad. Okay, Richard mentioned, I think it was the other day, about the Popular Mechanics magazine, 1938. That
$1 billion crop.
yeah, and then tens of thousands of products. But it's come up here, and I've heard with a number of folks say, well, let's stop thinking that way. What are the 3, 4, 5 we got to focus on, that are actually going to move forward? But the point to it is, as we saw on the first slide, we can think of hemp as producing 3 primary materials. Okay, grain, chemical, and fiber. Okay, so bulk materials. Those are the 3. And this was developed by the Congressional Research Service a number of years ago, and they've tracked hemp. But you can just see all the products that flow out of that. But the question is, which ones are you going to focus on? I've got a little bit of a bias that, when folks talk about, we can make sailcloth out of it. I don't think the America's Cup, New Zealand, and you have won the World Championship, right? So, I don't think you use hemp sail in that, do you? No. There's just not a lot of sailcloth out there. There's not a lot of rope. By the way, piece of the history was American hemp was rejected by the Navy for making Navy ropes for the military for making ropes for the U.S. Navy. They actually bought their hemp from Russia way back when, okay? Quality standards and so forth. But, so the point is, here, let's go to the next slide. Okay, I should have had another slide there. The point to it is that with those 3 commodities, we basically, for this workshop, picked up on 4 primary materials. We'll get back to those in a moment. Okay, when it comes to processing hemp, okay, the slide here was just taken, I think, about 5 years ago by a colleague's wife who was a textile person who was in northern Vietnam while he was at a conference, a tech conference, and beautiful textiles made by hand where the women grow the hemp, they harvest the hemp, they go ahead and ret the hemp, they separate the fibers by hand, go through the whole process, spin the yarn, make the cloth, beautiful hemp. Let's just call that 1G technology, okay? And these are some real roadblocks to think about with hemp. If you go to processing now, and where's Morgan? She made a comment. Glad you got here now. Morgan is one of the founders of IND Hemp in Montana, and they've got one of the most modern, great decortication facilities in North America right now, and 2 to 5 tons, 6 tons an hour, could probably push it up with some more automation, but, and that's producing the fiber that still needs to be worked further for processing, but let's just call that 2G from a technology level, okay? Now, a friend of mine, ARS friend, Chris Delholm, a modern cotton gin right now makes a 480-pound standardized bale ready for the mill in Nicaragua, in India, in wherever they're going to send it. They're going to kick out a 480-pound bale every 60 to 90 seconds, 24/7, let's say 3 months, 4 months of the year. You see the throughput difference and what type of a barrier you're up against when you talk about processing for fiber? Okay, it's one of those clear things to see. It's just realizing how do we move forward with hemp, say into 4G or 5G. That's a real challenge. Need to be thinking about that. We don't have an answer. That's a question, right?
That's what we.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, just go ahead and get the whole thing up there. A couple more pushes. One more push, I think. Yeah. Oops. Back. Okay. That was the primary processing, and where we're at now. Richard, do you want to talk about it? I'll let you take that. It gets down to our 4 things at the end that we're here for.
Right. So these are, your primary, secondary processing. Big capital equipment going to be required, or you're a 1G and you're in Nepal and you're using your teeth to decorticate the stem to make the fiber, to make the hat. that I then sell in New Zealand, and I'm very proudly selling those hats. They're great. So we've looked at those byproducts, but you know, there's a range for these things as well, like the best fibre, long and short fibre. You know, what percentage of that plant is going to be best fibre? How much do I have to work to get that best fibre? Because those decortication machines, you know, they'll split it quite quickly, but then they've got to clean it. Because obviously, you know, from a composite point of view, we don't want that herd slub in the corner of a piece of fabric that goes onto a car. So, you know, to get that sort of 99% clean, it's very, very difficult. To get it to 95% clean is a little easier. 90 you can probably do with it out of the box. That said, each one of those has a different price point, because some people will be happy at 90%, others will need it at 99 for a textile, for example. So all of these things have a range. So you could look at it and go, well, how much fibre is coming off the plant? That'll be a range. And we need to be familiar with these because it's all going to affect the economics. And when we're doing a roadmap like this, to make it really useful, we've got to be able to take it to an investor and use it to calculate a business plan for them, because then they'll become bankable business plans. And then those investors will sit up and take notice, because what other market is growing at double-digit compound annual growth rates? Not many, if any. You know, we're like the synthetic was to the wool industry in 1940s. It's a very exciting time to be a sustainable raw material for industry at the moment. So those things, those ranges with the cellulose involved in each of those levels as well. And all of these, we're looking at those 4 large economic sectors. So the building materials, the paper and packaging, the biopolymers and composites, and carbon. Activated carbon, biochar carbon. I believe that carbon's one of the most exciting things out there. You know, but they've got a bad profile, no one knows about them. So they could make it out of hemp and use our notoriety to get the profile, and then we'll go on their coattails and be realised as a really good input for a particular type of use. But what is that use? As Morgan was saying, you know, what we don't know, or what we know we don't want to get involved in, is just about as important as what we agree that we do want to get involved in. But it's a topic that will come out in these breakout sessions, because what are those industry applications, those types of products that are the low-hanging fruit that help us to scale, given the infrastructure that we have now? Because 90 years of prohibition means, you know, there's tremendous amounts of new agri-tech for the harvesting, that sort of thing, but also the processing equipment. You know, we're still using the same hammer mill action that we've always used. That was where the Popular Mechanics article comes in. I'll just expand on that for a moment, because that was in 1938, a celebration of G.W. Shitland's decortication process, which was a rolling sort of a set of rollers that decorticated it and mechanically made that decortication process a lot more efficient. And he patented that in 1917, and of course in 1938 they celebrated it as the billion-dollar crop, because they were now able to mechanically process these stems. Obviously they hadn't cross-referenced back to the Marijuana Tax Act in 1937, which outlawed the whole industry. But that's another story. Now, the other one that I just wanted to mention was, when you see a hemp person or a hempster turn around and tell you that there's 25,000 constructive uses of hemp, or products made from hemp, well, that was from that billion-dollar crop article, the Popular Mechanics article. Everything from dynamite to cellophane, they said. So that's where that claim comes from. And of course, Popular Mechanics are still going, and the hemp industry isn't. But that opportunity is coming back around. And you know, that amount of opportunity for New Zealanders particularly, we look at it, you know, we call it the number 8, you know, Kiwi ingenuity, the number 8 fencing wire. We had to fix things because we couldn't, you know, no one was coming to our rescue in the middle of the Pacific. So you had to make things happen. So that sort of ingenuity, those engineers, I just can't wait for, you know, some more decorticators to arrive, or our engineers to sort of sit up and take note of it and go, oh man, you're doing all that wrong. You know, should be doing it this way. And then, because all that has export potential as well. Because worldwide, people will be looking at various scaled equipment that they can add value to their local crops. Because again, it's back to that regional development. So that's coming, we had to come up with 4 big categories, and they're very, very large. So, you know, it's where the potential meets the actual, because we're talking about potential a lot to our investors, to our regulator, and it's just going over their head because they can't see it. But today, actual meets potential, because I can walk out there and hold hemp wood and hemp insulation and composites and paper. So it is actually real. So this is really a turning point for the industry, I believe. Back to you.
Speaking of other troubles, I'm Donnie Downer today on this, okay? Richard mentioned about the stem. There's a range of fiber, herd materials that come out, lignin that can come out, that all can be regulated by agronomy, by genetics, by geography, you know, all that. But here's fact of nature, and this is also why we're focusing on those other materials that we just had in the previous slide rather than on textiles, okay? Because textiles, and our friends from the North American Linen Association are here, which has a very fine fiber, you know, not quite the problems. But this is the big deal, and Richard referred to it too. When you look at what makes up most of the fiber market in the world, it's synthetics. Okay? This is also something that happened since World War II, you know, during that time when hemp was out of the market. Natural fibers makes up, you know, the other 35% or so right there. But when you look at it, where's cotton? You know, a majority of that natural fiber is cotton. And I gave you some background about the ginning, the milling, you know, how that all works. Okay, and then when you look at, you see Gregg, jute, yeah, it's pretty good for the other natural fiber, you know, behind cotton. But then you throw in sisal, flax, hemp, and look at the price points on those. Synthetic fiber, 30, 60 cents a pound. Cotton, $1 for common, $2 for organic. Hemp, $7 plus. Morgan, is that a good number on the hemp fiber for textile? Do you know? A little high. What would you call it? 3.5? Yeah. Oh, good. So you guys have gotten better at it, huh?
No, I'm just saying you're never going to sell anything $7 a pound.
Is that for thread or is that for fiber?
It's for like a cottonized fiber.
Yeah. Good deal. Thanks, Morgan. Okay, but you see, that's a big barrier, you know, but there's a lot of interest. There are people that are doing it, you know, but it's just, again, realize that's there. Next slide. Okay, and push it again. And one more time. There, okay, no, that's bad. Grading and standards, and this is a big deal. You know, the reason, every cotton bale that you know, I showed you that cotton bale. Okay, there's a tag on that that says where it came from. It goes through a mechanized grading process. Okay, it meets up to 7 traits that are measured in less than a minute at $2.35 per sample, $2.35 per sample. Okay, and that right there ensures that that cotton bale, wherever it goes across the ocean to whatever mill, you know, that it fits the bill of what they want. And there was the discussion, I think, Gregg, you were talking about the throughput, you know, the consistent material. You got to be able to run so many days without interruption, you know. Everything has to fit that machine working, what you're processing to make those non-wovens that end up in the product you want. You know, so therefore, the buyer knows exactly what the seller's selling, and the seller knows exactly what they're giving to the buyer. We don't have that in hemp. And in fact, that slide on the left right there, Chris Delholm, again, our USDA friend down in the southeast, he went online and ordered hemp fiber, you know, like from Amazon and whatever, and that's what he got from 9 different sources. No standardization. Big problem. Okay, so again, don't have an answer. But when you take a look at $2.35 per sample, 7 quality traits measured right then at that time. That's pretty cool. Next slide. Oh, can I hit this one? Yeah, man. Okay, is this one okay? Okay, let's talk about trees, hemp, and sustainability. It's nuts, okay? This is a no-win argument, saying hemp is more sustainable than trees, okay? Trees grow in the mountains, except if you're in the southeast, and hemp grows down on the farms. Okay, there was a famous, I will throw some shade, there was an article that came out of Cambridge University, and I guess it was a peer-reviewed journal article, and said how much more sustainable hemp is than trees and all this other stuff. There's no data behind it. the guy must have surfed the web pretty good, you know, and it's all that 1937, 1938, carry through the colloquialisms.
Bulletin 404, written by the United States Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, and we actually have a 1900-something Oregon State one too, so we can get into that. Yeah, but the point to it is that let's think about them being complementary, and that's a good part of what we're looking here. We're not saying hemp is going to displace trees, okay, but there's a role where hemp fits in, and we have to discover that. And it's apples and pears, trying to make comparisons, you know, that. So just a point to be made. Do you want to add anything to that, Richard?
Yeah, I would like to just pick up on that comment about the complements. You know, we see hemp in New Zealand in particular as a complement to our other primary industries. So, you know, we want to work with the wool industry. We want to work with wood and the forestry industry. So it's important that, you know, we're part of that rotation. We're an alternate land use, so we can fit in and complement what's already going on. And the other thing I would mention about sustainability, and it was touched on with some previous presenters, you know, 80% of the people will say that they want a sustainable product. But unfortunately, if you make that sustainable product, only 1% of them will actually pay for it. So it's not a sustainable business model for you to get involved in that. And I get it a lot, you know, and oh, why don't you make a plastic bag? Sure, I can do that. Are you going to give me $100 per bag? No, you're not. So back to where do we start? What products can we really use to help us scale up? Because we're not going to go to a OG pulp and paper manufacturer and provide them with 4,000 tonnes a day tomorrow. You know, but where do we go? What are we going to do to get that scale? And there's other markets that are coming up. The composites is a very big one. You know, we don't have an automotive industry, but as Jeff was mentioning, we're big in yachts. Lots of RVs, lots of tiny homes, you know, that cabinetry. Anybody that's dealing with medium density fiberboard and you offer them an alternative to all the dust that they have to deal with, they'd be very, very interested. So again, where do we start? And that prioritization of those products is going to be interesting to see what comes out of this conversation that we're going to have, particularly tomorrow and on Friday.
I think that's it. Just punch one more time. Okay, good. So Warren, do we have some questions out there? Oh, yeah, Ken.
So I'd make, you know, kind of an important edit, if you don't mind, to that map, comparing New Zealand to the Pacific Northwest. I would add Northern California to that. It's almost 4:20 too, so it's appropriate that I'm having this conversation with you. But I really do believe, you know, now that I live in Humboldt and I used to live in the Bay Area, it is truly Northern California, and it's much closer culturally in terms of, you know, just the ecosystem to Southern Oregon, Washington, and, you know, the Pacific Northwest. So I think it's an important one, but also because Indigenous Habitat is participating in this program where we're trying to bring our Northern California tribes into the fold, so to speak. So
yeah, I'll apologize, Ken. I should have used a Bailey ecoregions map from the Forest Service, which would have enclosed it in, but I did a clip art to make the point. And by the way, you're here. I showed that in New Zealand. They didn't know the difference. So thank you, Ken.
Could you comment on comparing hemp to cotton in the context of sustainability, carbon footprint, as well as climate change? Because I've heard a bunch of rumors on how climate change is affecting those two industries, and I was wondering if you could share a little bit more.
Yeah, I can speak to the cotton. Again, it's a no-win argument. Okay, that's the point. Now, another point to it. This is the real positive on hemp versus cotton. Cotton grows in the southern tier of the United States. By the way, Brazil now, our U.S. was the #1 exporter of cotton in the world, but we're only about the 5th largest producer, and because standards and so forth make that happen. I saw some reports from the Economic Research Service that Brazil now is exporting as much cotton as we are, so they've come up. Now, the point to it, though, is that hemp has to be grown, cotton has to be grown in the southern tier, southeast U.S., southern, although it's getting tough to grow it in southwest United States because of the water and so forth like that. Hemp can grow everywhere else. We haven't sorted out where it really fits best economically, but hemp can grow where cotton can't, okay? And then when you see the demand, the established mature markets, the technology, we got to figure out how to make hemp work, either at a hyper-local level, vertically integrated chains, make it all work like that. But, and the other thing is pesticides. They go, oh, hemp takes no pesticide. Well, guess what? Since we started growing hemp in Oregon in 2018, 2019, corn earworms hitting it. We have virus diseases that are hitting it. It was just that it got out here and the bugs and critters and whatever weren't here yet. They have gotten here now, okay? And so, again, it's just a bad argument to get into. Hemp is more sustainable than cotton. Yeah, Morgan?
Can you describe what we're seeing here?
Oh, all that is just showing you different scenarios, ag systems versus forest systems, the amount of intensity, the amount of disturbance. Trees, grow 40-year, 60-year rotations. They're up on this side. Downside is you don't want to be taking out ancient endangered forests, old growth and stuff like that. It's the trade-offs that you have between ag systems versus forest systems. There's pluses and minuses for all of them. Yeah, hey, Greg.
So this is something that kind of touches close to home. The numbers that we use for our carbon calculation, and we've gotten them partially from you guys, is the amount of carbon that's pulled in is very similar or the same for growing cellulosic materials, whether it's a tree, whether it's a hemp plant, whether it's even grass. And so how quick it grows or how much tonnage of cellulosic material you get per acre is the correct way of measuring it? Is that in general terms? Or I know there's a lot more details you have to go into when we're calculating it, but in a face-to-face comparison for, say, plantation pine versus old growth oak versus hemp.
A lot of work needs to be done, and it's all has to be geolocated. What part, what latitude are you down toward net primary productivity, which is how much carbon's fixed per year, which is dependent on rainfall and latitude, irrigation water. Again, I would say we don't have the data. And by the way, if you go into Google Scholar and search carbon sequestration hemp, you'll find virtually no papers on it. The research and the reason why folks couldn't touch it until 2019, 18. It's just taking time. I know that's kind of slippery around on it, Greg, but
There is no real answer that I've found out there,
yeah,
except for general terms.
yeah.
So Wade Atterbury here. I've worked with Tom. I've lived over at the Riverdale Hemp Gin, Central California. I've lived there for about 4 years now. I own tiny hemp homes. And, this is our 4th year growing Chinese landrace strains. We get about 7 tons of, per acre of dried biomass. The cotton industry is, reduced probably 90% over the last 20 years in Central California. But it's still, a thriving, although on the way down industry, but they've switched over to mainly to Pima cotton, and that uses a roller gin. So the gin in the picture, that's a saw gin, and that was more for upland cotton, which they still grow in the area. But the saw gin works really well on the hemp to separate that fiber from the hurd. And I believe, Tom, we're at about $1.25 a pound for the rough, the first combing of the rough fiber, which is great for non-woven, which is like the bat insulation, the fiberglass replacement insulation. But again, hemp and cotton, they're compatible. That's Tom has rejoined another big cotton organization to try and get the, cotton industry to understand hemp is a great companion crop. And he's, been growing cotton for 44 years. He's run that gin there for 44 years. He built that gin. And now he's going around looking for the old saw gins because that's the machinery that is going to get us into this industry until there is an industry. I mean, right now, we don't have any customers for the fiber. I know I&D, I know you guys do, you know, I know Hemp Texture's buying some, but again, without having the spinners brought back to America, there's nobody to sell the fiber to. As soon as the spinners come back, as soon as we have spinning, then we can, and then weavers, and then we can start making our own clothing here again, you know, with only 2 or 3% of our clothing made in America right now. I mean, that's a national security issue. So thanks for doing this conference, because again, it's education, right? We need these young TikTokers, social media people to understand you could have a real business making clothing from hemp. We just need to bring the spinners. That's the customer for the fiber. We know how to grow it. We know how to process it now. We need that next level of processing, and that's the spinners, and then of course the weavers, and then all of these, clothing makers that can jump right in. And I know it takes money to do that, and we need our government to step in and make that happen.
Yeah, Wade, thanks for a lot there. If we all could meet down at the Hilton Garden Inn at the bar and have a beer together over that one. There's a lot of stuff to unpack there. By the way, I was raised on a cotton farm about 40 miles east of Riverdale Gin, and my parents were founders of the gin over on the east side of the San Joaquin Valley. And there was a wonderful article in Rural Development magazine back in the 90s, which was titled "The Death of a Cotton Gin," or Death of a Cotton Co-op. And yeah, it has changed. Real quick on that point, your gin, Tom is one of our partners on our research grant, and that's part of how we compare up to I&D hemp and other processors we have. The neat thing about hemp is it does use less water there in the San Joaquin Valley. And actually, if you grow the hemp crop in that short amount of time, you can bank the water to grow your other cotton crop or another crop in there. So again, these are all the things being figured out. We're just way down the bottom of the hill figuring them out. But thanks for the comments on that. And not the textiles, but the processing, including them. So thank you. Another question. Warren?
So we have some questions that have come in, and you can decide if you want to add on to these. I'll read these to you. What are the key industrial applications? What needs to be done to promote hemp in the U.S.? Potential application for potential for hemp activated carbon applications, and who is in hemp manufacturing products? So those are a couple questions. You can decide if you want to hit on any of those.
Yep. So one of the questions related to, how to market. And, we do have a stigma issue, because of this connection with the naughty cousin called marijuana. It's a problem for us. Some people say, call it something different, think of another name. And I'm thinking, well, if I had if I won Lotto, maybe I'd be able to afford a multi-million-dollar campaign to reposition it. But unfortunately, we're just going to have to break that down. And I think the facts and the evidence and plugging the gaps in the supply chain that we'll be identifying in the next few days will help them, being the regulator or the investor or the banker, because everybody has a different perception, but it will help all those vested interests to start seeing hemp in a new light and a more of a sustainable raw material, and then look at the qualities and go, oh my gosh, wow, I'm glad I found that, and put it in to their manufacturing cycle. As far as actual manufacturers, I guess there's the Hemp Building Association in America. They've probably got a list of people that are making hemp products, making binders. In one sense, it's about having enough installers that train people to actually build with it that is slowing down the progress of it being uptake, let alone the compliance issues and things like that. So I guess the national bodies would have lists of hemp manufacturers that are involved in this space. Yeah, and right, and this is a virtual one, so they can't walk outside and check out the expo tables. But maybe we could take them on a guided tour on a Zoom link at one of the breaks and show them some of the names and products that are out there, because those are the people that are moving it forward. And we should all be thankful for those people, because they're the ones that are subsidising the industry. They're the ones that are taking the risk and proving it and having to spend exorbitant amounts of money to keep it going because of their working capital requirements. And we're all going to benefit from that. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people, when people ring me up, the first thing I say to them is don't give up your day job and protect your capital. And then they get all enthusiastic and burn through their capital because they've just left their day job. So, you know, lots of people aren't in the industry because of that. Some still are, and they're making money, which is great because that proves the business case for it. But you've got to, you know, you've got to be prepared for the long haul. This is a slow, particularly for fibre. You know, this is an industry that's going to take some time. We talked about developing relationships with the supply chain. Just even talking to these people and getting in the door and getting them on board, because yes, you can make a panel and you can make a flat pack house and you're going to be really enthusiastic about it, but you're going to take that to a property developer who knows how to put together the homes the way they've always done it. They like to work with the builders that they use. They like to work with the carpenters and the plumbers and everybody else. And you're going to disrupt that supply chain? Well, that's going to really impinge their ability to have a good game of golf when they, you know, just sack the builder because they're taking a different approach. So it's going to take some time to break down those things. And it's going to build relationships. And then it's about the continuity of supply at the spec that they want. So there's a lot of moving parts there. Now, there was a couple of other questions that I didn't quite get to.
Hey, by the way, just, Greg, wave your arm. No, I'm sorry, Greg. Greg, why are you late to the show today?
Oh yeah, yesterday we won the Bluegrass Ag Tech competition.
Right.
We were named the coolest thing made in Kentucky. We beat Maker's Mark Bourbon about 3 months ago, and then we won the Bluegrass Ag Tech to kind of stir the economy for bringing manufacturing of agricultural crops back to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So like Cornell is doing in New York of trying to do value add, Kentucky's following that same process. And a lot of different states are starting to look into it and look into it. So.
One more time for Greg. That's a really cool deal.
Yeah, well done, Greg.
I was a little slow on the draw.
And do check out the Expo Hempwood display.
Do you want to acknowledge that because the online people?
Okay, so real quick, what we just did was Greg Wilson, owner of Hempwood, manufacturing of hardwood products made with hemp, just won another award in the state of Kentucky. His product is being, I'm just doing this online, has been adopted by a number of customers, Cornell University, University of Kentucky, Murray State, USDA, USDA Bio-Preferred Program. Oh, good. So the bottom line is there is market. It's cool what Greg's did. So one more hand for Greg. So it can be done. Another question?
Another question online is just the potential for hemp activated carbon applications.
Right, well, you know, the activated carbon market is one of the sort of dark horses in a sense of people aren't aware of the vast opportunities. It's very similar to hemp in a way. You know, we've got too many points, not enough penetration. So where do the activated carbon people start? I think the batteries, as Ajit was pointing out, some of those applications in that energy market, especially if they can replace some of the scarce resources that are currently mined, have got to be more of a renewable approach. I think graphene would be a good example of where you can further refine the activated carbon into graphene, which is worth, you know, considerable amounts of money per kilo. So there's that's at the very high end scale. But in a bulk sense, if we go back a step before we activate it as a biochar, you know, those soil remediation and soil inputs, and this is locking up back to the comment about carbon, this is carbon straight back into the soil. So, you know, if we can, it's hard to quantify that carbon question, as we've discussed, but if there's a benefit for the farmer and they can claim a credit and we can therefore get the product that they, you know, the crop that they grow cheaper, then that is easier to implicate it into or integrate it rather, into a supply chain. So, you know, we've got a common problem in New Zealand in the sense that our farmland is very expensive. So, and the benchmark is dairy, which is a great return per hectare. You know, it has some considerations from an environmental point of view, and not every part of the land suitable for it. But a farmer's looking at that, and they want a similar return from any other land use that they're going to take on board. So it's very hard to compete with that and get it into the supply chain. Because, of course, if we're not going to pay the farmer enough to grow it, we're not going to have a supply anyway. So this has got to respect all of those players. And this is where looking at, you know, those products that we're going to identify, the barriers, the gaps in the knowledge and things in these supply chains, these all got to be taken into account, because you can look at a product straight away and say, well, I can't do that because I can't afford to pay the farmer enough. Or, even better, I can do that and bring the farmer along for the journey, because not all those farmers are going to be wanting to go vertically integrated. A lot of them might just want to carry on farming and sell it, exit the farm gate and get a good return. But what do they have to do? How do they have to prepare it for industry to use? And all this knowledge has to come back. And then, of course, you get involved in the genetics of the plant and what sort of plants we want to breed. Do we want to increase the yield of seed or increase herd or fibre output based on the specifications of the end users? And we don't know so much of what we don't know. So this is the exciting point about having something like this that's going to develop a roadmap that will be dynamic and be updatable as the industry grows, and you can add capabilities which would list all the hemp companies, and people would be able to network with those companies, and that community of hemp interest in those regions where it's suitable to grow will flourish. But they need that foundation knowledge to start with. And it's very important to, you know, consider those economics that respect all the people in the value chain and give them a reasonable return. Otherwise, we won't be going forward at all.
Jeff, Richard, thank you. And as we get ready to close today, I want to set the stage for tomorrow and what we'll be doing. Tomorrow, we will be having 2 sets of breakout sessions. And so the breakout sessions are going to be in the morning. Building materials will be one session, and paper and packaging will be another session. And so if those are 2 of the sessions that you're most, as an industry participant, are most interested in, you can plan to attend those in the morning. In the afternoon, we also will have 2 additional breakouts, biopolymers, composites, or activated carbon. Those will be our afternoon sessions. So you might be, if you're interested in observing those, sitting in on those, you're certainly welcome to, even if that's not your core focus. What we're doing in these breakout sessions, really, it's 2 questions. One is to understand what you and your industry, what your needs are. What's important to you, what are the specific requirements that you have. We have a set of questions, so it's really all about understanding you and your industry. The second is about getting your feedback and your input about hemp and about how that might be incorporated into your industry. So we'll be going through a series of detailed questions where we'll be leading you through, and then coming back together to share some of the key findings, see where there's some commonalities or differences in these breakout groups, and then we'll be doing it again in the afternoon. It's really a deep dive to get detailed, get specific, really understand from an industry perspective what's important. So that's the main focus of tomorrow. And as we close out this segment about hemp, wanted again open it up to you. If there are things from today that are bubbling up for you, we can capture a couple of these things. Again, as we think about our overall challenge and what we're trying to do, our overall outcomes, what it will take to use industrial hemp and manufacturing of products across these sectors. Just open up any final takeaways that you have, what's bubbling up for you, what questions you're thinking about. And again, just open it up. There's something that you didn't get a chance. Yeah, and I'm going to bring the microphone over here.
It's kind of a thought that can probably go onto the reflections as well page, but just what are those end user industries that have the greatest tolerance in variability of that feedstock coming from it. So what are going to be the easiest end applications to get hemp into as something to focus on? Because I'm sure there's other things that are higher value, but that might need millions of dollars of infrastructure and R&D investment before it's ready. So what are the things that we can get wins with in the next, 1 to 5 years?
Yeah, good. Other questions that are bubbling up for you, and we'll come into the back. And Kristen, I hope that they can hear us online. Okay, super.
Hi there. One thing that I don't know if it got mentioned, but it's something that's really near and dear to our heart, is the product mix. We talked a lot about fiber and herd, just like them, like they're the only two things. But your co-products are really important. We see that on the grain side too. So like case in point, if we want to grow the hemp protein market, what are you going to do with those co-products? Separate the hulls and the hearts. What are you doing with hulls? So I just want to be cognizant of that and make sure that if we're starting or talking about initiatives on like individual products, let's make sure we're also considering the full product mix, because that, if only 70% of what you're making right now is what you guys talked about on there, what are you going to do with the other 30% of the material you're making?
Good, thank you. I've got time. Yeah, I've got time for a few more things we'll capture. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, it's Joseph. I've been in the alternative building space for 25 years, trying to improve the building industry. And one of the things I noted here is really how do we learn from people who've been pioneering better building for a long time? The hemp materials are great in some cases, but it's a really tough road to climb, and it doesn't change fast. It's very slow, and some of the issues were brought up. The alternative building industry has a lot of experience beating up trying to improve the building industry for 25 years. And there's a lot of people out there that laugh at the hemp industry when it's all about hemp. And so just to recognize that there's a lot to learn, and some of it is not practical. There's economic hurdles, there's training infrastructure hurdles, there's all kinds of huge hurdles. So there are, I love the hemp wood, the finishes. So there's a lot of practical things too. So yeah, that's the bubbling up is really how do you engage the people that have spent 20 plus years. Some of them are in this room.
Yeah. Good. So appreciate those comments. Was there something else? Your hand is halfway up, so Drew's going to run the microphone over to you.
Quick thing that always bubbles up for me over the last 10 years, I've been working in this industry, making paper and selling printed paper goods. I like to find ways to be generous with the community and provide resources. So I would encourage people, where you find opportunities to self-support and make purchases from each other, to do so. But I'll start by saying, if anybody would like a gift of some hemp business cards, they can contact me. I'll give them to you for free.
All right. Great. So just a couple quick, let's go to another comment. Thank you. What's bubbling up for you?
So with what we're doing with hempwood, and I believe it applies to a lot of the other elements of hemp, when we're speaking to customers, sustainability is interesting to them, but it doesn't move the needle on actually getting an order, turning it into revenue to pay your employees. The healthy element that you show that your product is, where it's healthier than petroleum, where it's healthier than an alternative that's coming from somewhere where you don't know what's going into it, is what actually gets the deal done. And so with using soy as an adhesive that was actually invented here at Oregon State like 20 years ago, that actually closes probably 80% of our deals rather than hemp. The word hemp wood gets somebody's attention, but sustainability isn't necessary for most people. But health is important to every single person when it comes to food with the hemp hearts, when it comes to materials going into a home, saying, you're not going to breathe in dirty chemicals. And then all of a sudden, somebody says, you know what, that makes sense. I'm going to make that investment.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have a build on that.
I would absolutely agree with that. Oftentimes sustainability comes last for people, and health is super important. The way we approach that similarly to the adhesives you use is
And paper making, oftentimes there's this excitement to make paper really, 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 really white. So that's a lot of chemistry and chemicals. One of the ways that that's done is with a form of what's called forever chemicals, in the form of optical brighteners in paper. And so making decisions about how you manufacture your hemp products to align with more healthful things that don't negatively impact the planet in other ways is really important. So for us, we omit things like optical brighteners. Our paper is slightly less white.
Yeah.
It's hard to notice the difference, but the difference is in the soil health for all of the country where our papers go.
Yeah. We're going to give you the last word.
Okay. It'll be healthfully tangential. So I work in a biochar space and actually from wastewater solids, from biosolids originally, but I talk a lot about what I call the horseless carriage conundrum. So when Henry Ford made his first car prototype, no one had a word for car. The whole point was to get rid of horses, and everyone called it a horseless carriage. And he was so furious because the whole point was to not have horses. And we still have that today. We look at horsepower, people drive Mustangs, Broncos, et cetera. And I do that a lot in my work. So I make a really bad carbon black, but everybody asks me for my bio-based carbon black. I can put my material into concrete, but it's not sand. That's just how it gets replaced in the formulation. So this sort of taxonomy issue of what do I call it? I only have words for cotton. I only have words for these fibers or these types of products that are not what this material is. And so I think I would challenge everybody to see how to get from horseless carriage to car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. A couple logistics, and Kristen, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when we wrap up, we do have a reception immediately after the close. And then dinner, I believe, is served at 6 o'clock, okay? So we have dinner, and really encourage everyone to be able to stay and connect with each other and continue your conversations. Tomorrow morning, we're going to formally start at 9 o'clock, but breakfast will be at 8 o'clock, I believe. Is that right, Kristen? So 8 o'clock is when we'll have breakfast. Again, this will all be in the room next door, and invite everyone to come in early and enjoy that. So, Kristen, any other logistics? Yeah, thank you. For the folks that are online, we do plan to start at 9 o'clock, so we'll open up the room about 5-10 minutes before that, and we look forward to having you in the session tomorrow as well. So, Maddie will be able to help you with any technical difficulties. Okay, those are a couple logistics. Thanks everyone for a really good, engaged conversation. And Vonice, I'd love to invite you to come up and close us down for the day. Yeah.
Yeah. Homai te paki paki, which means clap. So thanks for a great day. We hope you've all had an amazing day. I know I have. I've learnt a lot, because by no means am I an expert in hemp at all. But really just thank you once again for the opportunity really to share our culture with you. So as Drew finds the slide, I'm just going to end the day. So traditionally after every hui we would have a closing karakia, which is essentially a time to give gratitude and say thanks for the day for everyone participating, wish you well wishes, and ensure everyone travels safely on their next journey. So, although we're all going to be back here in the morning anyway. So, so what I'm going to do is typically whoever closes off a hui would generally stand up and they would say the karakia. And then, like we did this morning, at the end of the karakia is Haumie huie, taekie. So if everyone can repeat after me, taekie. Okay, so when I say Haumie huie, then you all join in and we'll all say together, taekie, okay? If you don't find it in time, that's fine. We can put it up tomorrow. But so this little karakia is to close off the day. And so I'll do it a little bit back to front this afternoon. So In translations, we're removing all restrictions aside, so the pathway is clear to return to our everyday activities and be joined together, united as one, okay? So I'll say karakia, and then after I say hui yeah, you can join in. Okay, here, karakia tātou. Ka whakairia te tapu, kia wātia I te ara, kia tūra ki whakataha hai, kia tūra ki whakataha hai. Haumi e, hui e, tā ki e. Kia ora.
We're officially adjourned. Oh, wait, Kristen? "13 minutes." Thanks, everybody.